not even super sure you found them.
Mustard doesn't want them because they're cursed.
Oh,
Zircon's
yeah.
going to be going away forever.
But
Bentos
Zircon is the druid, and he wants to
And
grow the magic
the
bean.
the only person who would really want it is going to be Ice because he's a troll.
Ice does love that sort of chaos.
Mustard doesn't want it in character, but out of character, I want it more than I've ever wanted anything. So somebody has to do it.
Oh, I know.
Right.
It's really great to watch you want something way more than Mustard.
I
It is
hate
incredible.
it. It's so terrible. Anyway, I made it, and I am also within my 5 to 10 minutes. You are not legally allowed to level up your character.
Bummer.
When we left off, you guys had just kind of solved Flick's head problem.
Yay.
And that's basically right where we left off. Is Flick, you're feeling a little bit better. You're down in the basement of the Crosswinds, where you've discovered that they have a weird speakeasy of sorts. Yeah, that's where we picked off. I believe, yeah, Yule is still upstairs, which is appropriate. Perfect.
Question.
Yes.
How much time has passed since we deposited those gangsters in that hiding place?
Probably no more than 15, 20 minutes or so. Like, you guys kind of came in and went straight to work.
Got it. I just don't want to wait so long that those guys wake up in a barrel and then run off.
Yeah, you still probably got a little bit of time, you know. It's probably alright, who knows.
Probably, who knows, though.
But yeah, once you kind of had your shit back in order, Flick, he kind of just sits back in his chair, he watches the music for a little bit, and eventually, one of the heads turns to you and says, so, what next? You need to go to Larvalfin eventually. Do you have a way to get there?
No, not really. I don't really know how I got this far away on the inland. The goblin said that he found me in a lake, and I don't know how that's possible because I wasn't sailing in a lake, but yeah, I hadn't really planned that.
Wait. You sailed... Run all of that by me again. You sailed here and wound up in a lake? What lake was big enough that you needed to sail it?
That's the thing. I wasn't sailing in a lake. We were in the ocean, and I was on my way to this area. And then our ship got attacked, and then I woke up, and the goblin apparently captured me while I was out, and so that he found me in a lake. And I don't know how that's possible at all, honestly.
Where are you from?
A long way away. I know the name, but I don't know the... Seatle.
Huh. I was told that you were nearby. Interesting. Weird. Oh well. Things work in mysterious ways. Either way, and he kind of like stands up, pushes his chair back. I think my work here is done. I should probably go back up top before they fire me. I like this job. I might stay here a while.
Hey, before you go,
you need anything, yeah.
Before you go, we'll likely be looking to leave town pretty soon, whether it's for Larvalfin or somewhere else. How would you suggest getting out of here? Is there a way to get on board a caravan, an airship, or something along those lines?
You could potentially try to find a merchant group. Where it depends on where you're going. They travel up to Greenfort sometimes. Sometimes they'll go south towards Thorngrove. That really is the extent of most of the travel around here. Every now and then we get people coming back and forth to Unmirage, but it's mostly locals to Unmirage. They don't really welcome outsiders. You might be able to get an airship, either rent or purchase one, but it can be expensive. I don't know how you guys are doing financially.
I think I'm the only one who has much money, honestly, but I could be wrong. They just, you know... How much would renting an airship cost? Do you have any idea?
Oh, I wouldn't know for sure. I know that there's a fort to the east exit that deals with that sort of thing, but it can get pricey. You might also check with... There was a man somewhere. He has a personal ship. He's eccentric. Maybe he'd be willing to give you a ride in exchange for services or something. I don't really know much about it. I don't even know his name. I just know he caused kind of a stir about a year or two ago when he moved in.
I really don't like the sound of that arrangement,
Yeah.
hypothetical or otherwise.
Not too much of a fan of it myself, matter of fact.
Metatalk, give me just a second. The stream is not up for some reason. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Eccentric dudes providing services for favors is, I ain't about that.
Yeah, it seems like eccentric dudes wanting favors sounds like eccentric favors.
Well, I have this new contract, but that's not super urgent. I mean, as long as I get there eventually, I'm alright.
I know Nordo and I are heading to the Rib of the World as soon as we can.
What's that?
That's a great question.
You know not about your next destination.
You know, it was kind of intentionally left a little vague for me. But I know I need to go, so I'm on my way.
We were originally sailing towards a town called Bastion, and then we are going to go from there to the Rib of the World before our airship crashed, so I'm not sure if getting to Bastion next would be our next step.
Bastion. Ooh, make sure you're stocked up and ready if you go there. I mean, it's called Bastion because it's one of the only civilized places east of the mountain range. A lot of undead over there. The mountains keep them away from us for the most part, but just make sure you're ready for that.
Fuck the undead.
Never heard of
Please do
the
not.
Rib of the World. It's strange. I've heard of a lot of places, but not that. Yeah,
So, did they tell me anything about the Rib of the World, or was I literally going in blind?
they gave you, like, enough... If you had a map, you would know the route that you're supposed to take. I don't know if any of you actually have a physical map. I know you started to do some napkin drawings down here. Flix, you have navigator's tools, right?
You said it was
Yep.
reasonable for me to have a map with my background feature, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you've got your
Okay.
thing too. Yeah. Let me
Yeah.
pull you over there. So now that you guys have like all kind of had a chance to sit down and figure out roughly where you think you are, I'll reveal a little bit, and then if any of you have like personal knowledge of anything that you want to add, you can do that too. But your plan, Moat, was to leave from here, roughly, and to kind of sail due north until you hit land, which is how things went for the most part. But then about the time that you saw land here is when the crash happened. But you know that the goal, once you got there, was to basically follow the coast east until you got to Bastion, which is that little city over in the right part of where it's revealed. And then sail over the sea east until you got to Rib of the World. You don't really know a lot about it. You don't know where you're supposed to take it once you get there. It was very much one of those, and you're very used to this with this particular sect of monks, and you know, people, clergy, whatever
Right,
you want to call them. They're very secretive, especially with important missions. You suspect that they're afraid of you being caught and compromised. They fear that if they tell you too much and you're caught, that they would be able to just probe you or read your mind, and then you would get too much information out.
Cool. Got it.
After the Cyclops guy finishes telling us about what he knows about Bastion, I just say, much obliged, friend. By the way, can I ask you what your name is? I don't think we know you yet.
Three me's is what they call all of us. I'm three, and he's me, and well, this one, his name's a little bit hard to pronounce, and he interrupts. Yeah, we don't usually include him.
Understood.
It
Anyway,
is nice to meet you.
A pleasure meeting all of you as well. Are you all part of, some gang or group? What is this? You're an odd bunch, especially for this city.
Yeah,
I
we
think
just
we all kind of wound up here by accident, honestly.
Well, sometimes evolution demands accidents. I hope you
Couldn't
all
agree
survive it.
more.
I'll be here all day, all night. I don't really do much else. If you have any questions, feel free to come ask. And I'm obligated to remind you, don't tell anyone of this place. I probably should have gotten that
course.
cleared before I brought you down here.
What can you tell us about the gangs in this city?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of them. I could rattle for hours and hours.
Who are the top 3?
The top one, by a long shot, is the Whitewater Company. It's led by somebody that most people only know as Mr. White. Not really sure where their headquarters are, not sure where they operate, but they seem to just pop up. And when they do, it's not a good sign. They don't really have a lot of territorial control. They don't protect buildings, they don't cover regions. They just move to where they want to be or wherever they deem important, and they do what they want, and then they disappear again. But nobody has ever challenged them and, survived that. On a gang scale, I should add, too, not just individuals. The other gangs don't mess with it. When they show up, they make room. Apart from that, it kind of just depends on what part of town you're in. The Falcones mostly cover the northwestern side. Midnight Riders are northeast. There's a few smaller ones, but those are probably the biggest 3.
And what do they want?
Same as anyone else. Somewhere safe to live, some lucrative opportunities to build wells that go unnoticed and sell what they pull out of those wells.
Do the riders have a base of operation?
They are a little bit spread out. It depends. They tend to stick to families within themselves. The dwarves kind of keep to themselves. Each clan of kobolds keeps to themselves. But they take it up in the mines along the northeastern side of the crater.
What do you know about the Falcones?
The Falcones, they like to interfere with business a lot. They take a shaving off of most of the import and export. They manage a lot of the warehouses. I know that they do have one airship in their control. I believe, and you didn't hear this from me, but I believe their headquarters is in the New Society Staples warehouse. I don't know if they've cut a deal with them or if they just were in the right place at the right time, but they get to oversee almost everything that comes and goes from Eisenmar, Valdalance, Willingquet as a whole, honestly.
Do we know these places?
Anyone who's from Willingquet can give me a history check for New Society Staples. I know a few of you have already learned about it.
Where am I from?
Right. Yeah, I mean, yes. You can give me a history check as well. Yours is always going to just be sort of a coin flip.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, you have the option to maybe know about almost everything.
Where am I from again?
You've passed through Willingquet, but you're not originally from there. You can give me history at disadvantage, and that cancels out with your ranger thing, so just a regular history check. Alright. Ace, never heard of it. Moat, you've heard of it. It's just some general goods business. You haven't really interacted with it a bunch. It's part of the whole capitalist scheme back on the mainland that you kind of got away from.
Classic.
Nomad, you've definitely heard of it a lot. What would you know about New Society Staples?
You tell me.
You have a few visions, and none of them are particularly deep. It's actually 2 or 3 different visions of 2 or 3 different people that are all just working various jobs. There's one that's working at a dock, moving crates on and off a ship, and they all have this NSS stamped on their side. There's one person that works in what appears to be some sort of factory. She's knitting a bunch of clothing together and then putting them into a basket that has NSS stamped on the side. And then there is one that is working what appears to be kind of a restaurant job. She goes into the back room. She finds a wooden crate, very similar to the one that you guys had, pops it open. There's a release of cold steam, kind of rolls off the floor, also known as fog. Fog, I suppose this is the name for cold steam. And pulls out some frozen food and then takes them over to a cooking area and starts kind of preparing them. So you get a handful of very minor visions like that.
So all I'm getting is NSS is like this really big company that makes a lot of things. They have a lot of jobs, or is it like just a company that covers all of those?
Something like that. You can kind of interpret that vision however you want, but with an 18, that's kind of the gist that you get, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not even proficient yet.
Maybe we should all head upstairs and
Yeah, I was about to
talk
say
to our
I would
friend.
like to check in with that deposit we made on the way in here.
A deposit? Never mind, I won't ask. We do have rooms
Appreciate it.
here. I can get you a discount if you decide to stay. But I should go back up before they fire me.
Sure.
I can only stay on their good graces for so long.
Who are the people who hired you?
One of the heads kind of motions over to the lizard folk, who has been sitting at this empty bar just kind of listening into this entire conversation. He, unamused, lifts one of his hands and gives you like a half-hearted wave. He has been very, very generous to let me work here for a couple of weeks now. It was supposed to be just a short-time gig, but I like it here. I might stick around.
He sounds like a pleasant person.
Oh, don't let that stone face fool you. He's a big sweetheart. He like kind of goes over these big, meaty, half-giant hands on his head. He's like, don't touch me. Do not touch me. Suit yourself. And he starts kind of heading over towards this door.
As he goes towards the door, I follow him and kind of wait till we're out of the line of sight of the lizard folk if I can.
Sure.
And I just say, hey, Three Me's, you did us a pretty big favor just now, and I don't know if I should be saying this, but we spoke with someone in the orc tent camp earlier today, and they said that folks like you, magic users, well, she warned me you might not make it long in this town, so just keep an eye open, or 2, 3 eyes open, I guess.
I've heard that from a few different people. I understand. I'll be careful not to overstay my welcome. I've already gotten a few dirty looks from the guards for keeping that illusion up on the sign outside. It's not writing, I keep telling them, and I don't know if it's gonna hold up for that long. Anyway, I appreciate the warning.
Sure, I mean, I don't know much about city life, but the orcs seem pretty concerned about it. Anyhow, much obliged again for your assistance.
Of course. You're good people. I'll keep that in mind. And he reaches up, grabs one of the keys, and there's a little hole in the underside of this thing. There's a click and a bell ring, and he waits like 4 or 5 seconds to make sure that nothing happens. And then he pushes it up and kind of pulls himself up, kind of uses the ladder awkwardly to climb out. But yeah.
This whole time I've been staying pretty close to Nordo, kind of using him as like a wall to make sure that people aren't noticing me as much.
Sure. Give me a stealth check.
Can I assist?
Shh. You're providing cover. I'm going to say that you're the only reason he's able to do it in the first place.
Got it.
Okay, alright. I mean, you're all kind of getting looks just because this is clearly kind of a private club and you're all new here. Nobody seems...
My leg is really loud.
That too. You do kind of stick out like a sore thumb.
I need to get some oil for this thing. Probably like filled with sand and salt and crap.
Yeah, it's seen better days. But you know, nobody like immediately runs off like last time or anything like that.
At some point, with Gale like running around between my legs and trying to hide behind my shell, I do just like lean down towards you and real quietly just say, "We still need to talk, little dragon, and I think we should get out of this town as soon as we can and get you out of danger."
Yeah, you're right. We gotta talk to our new friend first.
Certainly. I'm gonna head out and check on those fellas we met earlier.
I'll come with you.
All right, Ace,
And I
what you
do,
up to?
in fact.
Inspiration.
It's
Yeah,
oh
It's
right.
probably awful.
Yeah, good call, good call. Let me go check inspiration real quick.
I think it's Vasu and Yule.
Yeah.
Last I checked, it was like a 4-way tie. But yeah,
I voted this morning. I forgot to vote
sick.
until today. Again.
Oh my god, you're not right. Okay, yeah. Wow, Yule by a long shot. So Yule, Vasu, and then Gil, Ace, Nomad, and Flick. Give me a luck check.
I already have inspiration.
Oh, in that case, you. I'll let you
Somebody
pick
else can
from-
take it.
I'll let you pick from the losers here.
Oh, what were the options?
Oh my god.
Everyone except you.
And then Nomad. Nomad, just a flat D20. Alright, so Yule and Ace get inspiration, and then Vasu, you can give it to one more person.
Gale.
Alright.
I've still got.
Well, fine. Nordo,
Alright,
then.
I appreciate it, but
Appreciate it.
Which tab is inspiration
One
under?
bro's got to stick together.
It's on the front page.
main page.
Core stats, it's in
Found
the
it.
bottom.
Alright, as you guys kind of make your way back up, you do see that Yule has joined all of the kobolds on stage. And she is cutting a fucking rug up there.
What does
Really?
that mean?
With what exactly?
She is using her cane to do this kind of bizarre dance. It's very... I don't know, it's kind of like swingy, I guess. A little bit jazzy.
Okay, first I was thinking stripper because you said cane. I was really
Oh,
concerned.
no, cane, not pole.
What is cutting the rug?
It's an expression for dancing.
Okay, just say dancing. Gosh, some people here don't commonly speak American.
Oh, but cutting a rug means
I never heard it either. Don't worry.
you're really tearing it up. You're doing a great job.
Oh, just say tearing it up.
But cutting a rug is so much better, though.
Cutting a rug's a 1920s term, and Yule's like ancient, so like
Gotcha.
it makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't we just call it rain dancing then? It's like basically super ancient, right?
Oh, she's not that old.
So Nordo makes it upstairs and sees it and rolled a high enough wisdom saving throw to realize that he should leave and not stand here and just watch with his mouth agape. So he still continues out to
Excellent.
go find those dead kobolds,
All
slash
right.
unconscious kobolds.
Yeah, you kind of head back to the alley where you had set them down, and they're still there. They're still knocked out. They're breathing. You know, they're not in a good
Okay.
state.
I just stand watch over them and smoke some tobacco.
All right. Anyone else have anything going on? Or are you kind of just waiting for them
Yeah.
to wake up?
How
I'm
much
gonna
was,
try and wake them up myself.
Okay, yeah, Gil's gonna help and start waking them up. What
How
was
much
that?
for waters? How much for water skin refills downstairs?
5 copper for a water
Yeah.
skin.
Okay, I bought 2.
If I can, I just order a drink down in the seedy part of the bar, and once I realize Nordo's gone, I just go off to find him.
Sure, totally fine. Yeah, as long as it's just actually he will yell after you that you can't take drinks upstairs. You know,
I'll finish it.
Okay, perfect. You're good.
I will pay for 2 water skins as well.
All right. He fills them on up.
That's 5 copper for 2, was it?
5 copper for 1, so 1 silver for both.
Here we go, 1 silver.
One more question.
Uh-huh.
When my body reformed, how much HP do I have?
Whatever your HP was before.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it affected it at all.
Yeah. Nah. nothing like that. All right, Nordo. Shortly after you come out and make sure that you found the bodies, you do hear a tip tapping of a metal and wood leg kind of coming around the corner in your direction. Gale does follow you out there. And however you want to do it, you're able to kind of wake. You want one of them up, all of them up? I think you have, what, 3 of them?
Yeah, we had 3.
Just one of them for now.
All right.
I guess with my wonderful people skills, I'm going to try and figure out which is the most compliant just based on their face.
Okay. Well, they're still unconscious?
Yeah. I'm just
Alright.
gonna, like, which of them looks like they're the most,
Who's the
amiable?
pushover? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
I suggest the smallest one. They're always the more fearful ones.
They tend to be pretty scrappy, though.
They,
Speaking
my-
from experience.
From my experience, the smallest, weakest ones always go down very easy. And then they start begging.
That is my experience as well.
Well, you don't have to...
No,
make
Matt,
it
didn't you go down like just yesterday when you tried doing some flips? And you're the tallest one here.
Yes, but I didn't go down facing someone else. I did that to myself. I go down by my own rules, you see.
Didn't Vasu, who's also really tall, go down first?
Vasu is crazy.
Hey, I take offense to that.
You can't hear me.
I take offense to most of what's being said, but I'm gonna, you know what? Fuck everybody's opinion, and I'm gonna pick the middle one.
Okay.
Whoever is, I'm not gonna take the biggest one or the smallest one.
Oh no, that's a good compromise. You see, it's vaguely. They'll have
I
the
can't
middle
lose.
child syndrome.
Alright. You kind of splash a little rum on his face or some whiskey, get him to sniff it. He eventually comes to. He's extremely groggy. His head is killing him. One of his eyes is swollen shut. You can see that a lot of his gear has been destroyed by the shatter. His dagger is like starting to crack and splinter along the length of it. And presumably you've taken it from him anyway. But he eventually does kind of come to. He rolls his head around. He's like, what happened? Where am I? Oh no, it's what's going on? Where am I? Why are you shush? Why shush?
Quiet down now, little fella. I need you to listen to my friend here. And I just place a big old
Do
hand on
not
top of his
be
head.
afraid.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Nordo, I apologize if this gets messy.
Well, that's quite all right.
So look, I get your friends. They've been looking for me, and another one. Have they found the other kobold they're looking for?
Why? I don't know why. Why? I shouldn't say anything, or I'll get in trouble.
Well, you're already in a lot of trouble, so
Oh no. Why am I in trouble?
because you didn't do your job.
I tried, but there was this big noise in it. I can still hear it ringing in my ears. Look at my dagger. It's like dust almost. I tried. I don't. I'm just a man. I'm not a hero.
Oh, do you think that your associates are gonna understand that though?
They're pretty amiable. You know, we got to stick together as little people.
Well, I'm a little person too.
You are. Do you want to join?
If I join, will you tell me about my friend?
I mean, I'll tell you what I know, but you got to go through initiation. There's a hazing process. I can't just be spilling secrets to the common folk. And he looks at Nordo real suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like hurt him, but I do just squeeze a little bit on top of his head and just say, this is, I don't mean to scare you, little man, but this is going to have to get violent if you don't start answering some questions.
Give me So, trait. Gale can either give me persuasion or intimidation. Nordo give me intimidation.
Can I do it strength based?
Yeah.
Thanks.
If we're both, is it better for me and Nordo to be on the same wavelength or different?
Good
Is it
cop,
better
bad cop.
to be a bad cop, or a good cop, bad cop?
You feel like in this situation, good cop, bad cop might be the right idea. Ooh! Kobolds. I will say that kobolds think themselves to be dragon. Oh wait, never mind. That's not. That's
Yeah.
yeah, that's guidance. I keep thinking that's the sorcerer bonus. I'm so used to cricket. Okay, 20 and 19. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know much. I'm just a dude with a dagger. I'm not like in charge of anything like that. But listen, here's what I know. There was this. So there's this really pretty lady, and she shows up, but not like for real. It's like it's an image or some magic or something. And she showed up, and she was here for like a few hours, and she talked to the boss, and said that if anyone here saw either of those two, to let her know, because they're real important, and they're supposed to go home immediately. I think someone wants you to go home. Are you lost? But she said that they'd give a lot of money and maybe even some water, some water, so, you know, some of the good stuff if we found the two of them.
But you have not found the other one, is that correct?
I haven't. I don't know if somebody else would have claimed the reward. I think we would have heard by now, but no, as far as I know, neither one's been spotted.
The woman, is she bald with white eyes?
That's oddly specific. Can we just go with what she looked like?
She was bald, but most kobolds are. I don't think I've ever met a kobold with hair. She had eyes. They're kind of brownish, maybe green. I don't know, brownish, greenish, something like that. And these real, like yours, like yellow scales. Yeah.
She had yellow scales?
Yeah.
Did she have any jewelry on her? Any robes?
Robes, yeah. No, she
Noteworthy?
had like this black robe on. I didn't see any jewelry. I was too focused on her eyes. She's really pretty.
Was she a kobold then?
Yeah, yes, she was a kobold.
Can I insight everything he's saying?
Sure.
Shit.
Anyone else want in on that?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Sure.
I trust him.
I will insight, not to like see if he's just to see if this might be more of an arcana thing. But that lady I saw in everyone's brains that I've eaten. So I feel like there's a connection to this pretty lady.
Oh my god. Give me Arcana, but that is mostly going to be just like a gut feeling. That's up to you.
Right? Because she says illusory, and there's two people who've seen this lady. Maybe she appears like someone's idea of pretty, but then why would people see her as, like, two non-humans see her as human? Unless they're really into them. Even non-humans are into them white girls, you know?
Ace seems like he's scared enough that he was telling the truth. Like, he's in a bad situation, he doesn't have a reason to lie to you, and he knows you're going to kill him if you don't, or if he lies. Nordo, you also get the same impression. He's kind of weak-willed to begin with, and then you've sufficiently threatened him. You think he's spilling the beans. Nomad, that's up to you. You don't really get any hints based on your intuition. That's kind of just an up to the player thing. Moot, what's up?
May I take a look around and just make sure we're not like being watched by anybody?
Sure. Are you out in the alley with them, or are you still back in the bar for right now?
I'm with them still.
All right. Yeah. Give me a perception check. It doesn't seem like it. There's people walking by every now and then, but nobody like looks really intently down the alley. Nobody stops and watches or anything.
Is this all ringing a bell to you, little dragon? Anything you know about this beautiful kobold woman?
It's not a very good description. I do have one more question for our little friend here. If someone had been found and captured, where would your people hide him?
Uh,
Or her?
I mean, theoretically, they'd probably take him to the mines, I guess? I don't know, we don't really take a lot of prisoners. We're not like a... I don't know, we're not like a slave ring or whatever. We kind of like working the mines ourselves. Usually if we've got a beef with someone, we just, like, you know, kill them. But no, I see what you mean. Like, this is a special circumstance. Maybe we would keep it for that pretty lady, and then she'd come back. I don't know, maybe at the mines. Who knows?
I appreciate your compliance.
Who would
and
know?
for giving us honest answers. Also that.
Oh, what was it?
Who would know?
Who would know? Give me a second to check my notes.
How about Bugsy? Does that name mean anything to you?
Bugsy! Yeah, Bugsy would know. He's in charge.
So did this kobold just pull out paper with writing on it in this alley? That's illegal.
What? No. When did he do that?
You said no. I'm making a joke. You said he pulled up.
Right. Okay, gotcha.
No, he writes it on his arms.
Well, that's still illegal.
That's even worse because the contraband is now on your body.
Oh, yeah. No, you know what they did to people when... So, actually, I shouldn't say anything.
No. Continue.
Oh, there was... Okay, so, like, 5 or 6 years ago, right after I showed up, in this world, there was a woman that got elected, and he puts air quotes up. She was this, vulture lady named Dame Carlotta. And she was like, we're going to let people write and read, and we're going to be smart like we always should have been. And everyone's like, no, that's dumb. Why would we do that? But some people are like, oh, that's a good idea. And some people started, like, bookstores and libraries. Some people got tattoos with words on them just to, like, say, fuck the man, things are changing. And then she died. And then the guard rounded everybody up, and if you had a tattoo, they scratched it out with more tattoo. So there's, like, people walking around with just black spots on their body. And that's why I don't get any tattoos, because I don't... that's permanent,
Can I ask you an unrelated question?
I mean, I guess. I've already said everything.
That Temple to Zuanu, they've got to have books, right? How do they get away with what they're doing?
I don't know. If they've got books in there, like, it's a secret. They shouldn't. It's illegal. As far as I know, like, the only place that has books in the... Ooh, I should actually charge for that. I'll tell you where there's books in the city if you give me some gold and maybe let me live.
Let me guess. Joker's shop?
Actually, that's a good one. I think he mostly just does, like, playing cards and napkins now. He started a business, but then when Carlotta got killed, he's like, I guess I'll just make other things that don't get me in trouble with the law. But maybe he still does books, I don't know. But no, it's this guy up north named Eckhart. Mick Eckhart. But you didn't hear it from me, unless he likes you and does good business with you, and then you heard it from me. Skip.
Skip.
You said that was Mick Eckhart, is that right?
Yeah, Mick Eckhart.
I appreciate your compliance with this. Does anybody have any other questions for him, or would be free to let him go?
I just have a quick question for effect. Did we notice anyone with like scratched out tattoos when we were in town?
God, Nordo's got the highest passive perception here. He might have, but at the time, it's a detail that you kind of have to be looking for to really notice.
For whatever it's worth, Nordo does have a specifically keen eye for tattoos.
That is true. What is it, 16 beforehand, so 21 with advantage?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've probably seen one or two. A lot of orcs, especially. A couple of bugbears.
Any that have been like scratched out though, like he said?
It looks like they've either been scarred over or tattooed over to just be shapes instead of words.
Gotcha.
You would also know that, like, I mean, at least in your clan, that would be a huge fucking deal. That would be incredibly insulting.
Right, for sure. Well, little dragon, you're much more patient than I am and much more friendly. What do you think we should do with this fella? Skip.
I think he's been pretty compliant, so we should let him go. And I will take a little knife. I'll cut any bindings on him, let him get up, and as he turns to leave, I'm just gonna like hit him in the back of the head with the butt of my gun and just try and knock him out.
God damn it. Alright, sure. I guess give me deception versus his insight for a surprise round.
I mean, I assume he's pretty, like, still injured.
Oh yeah, no, he's in bad shape. Like, if you hit him, he's just
1
out.
HP.
Okay, yeah, he falls for it, which means you just auto-hit the attack roll. It's fine. He's back unconscious. Yep. He
All right,
collapses.
I
into the
thought
ground.
you.
I put him back in the barrel where he was.
I thought you were letting him go.
I am. I just think that we should get a head start. I don't want him telling his friends yet.
God, I wish that... Never mind, carry on.
You really should check for concussions. He could die in that barrel.
Well, he made his choices.
He tried to kill us, so it's kill or be killed.
We did
We did
ambush him.
We did strike first. And
And
he
speaking of
didn't
that,
even he didn't even get to try. I blew him up pretty bad.
on the subject of that, little dragon, we still need to talk about this. Why are these people after you? What business do you have with them?
It's kind of a long story. Would you guys mind if we maybe head to the mines and see if they maybe found that other kobold? And I'll explain on the way.
Perhaps.
And then when we get there, you can make your decision of whether you cut and run or help out.
Well, let's
Sounds
start by
reasonable.
gathering the rest of our friends, and then sure I can agree to that. Although I don't want to spend more than the rest of this night, if anything, in this town. I think our best bet's to get out of here. We've made a lot of enemies and very few friends.
I
Yeah,
agree.
agreed.
Are you a serial reader?
Who, me?
Well, I mean, I read a lot, but no, I
That
wouldn't
must
call myself a serial reader.
perhaps they know that you have read very much.
Perhaps, that's actually a very good, complete falsification of the truth that I probably should have gone with. It would have been a lot easier than explaining the actual story.
Well, now we know that would be a lie otherwise.
Well, anyways, and as we're kind of walking, I'm gonna start explaining what's been going on.
Lordum!
So, I'm Gale. I'm from an island called Saznak, and from a city called Stormcellar. And that city got attacked a couple of years ago by a dragon, and he kind of came in and took over the place. And he started doing a bunch of experiments on the people there, myself included. And that's how I lost my leg and my eye, and he'll kind of like tuck his shirt open and show a big scar down his chest, and this, and probably a couple other ones. But yeah, he's kind of a bad. He's a fucking asshole. He's real terrible, and people there are kind of suffering. But me and my friend Marvel, who's the other kobold that they're looking for, we managed to escape in like a submarine that he built, and we spent a couple months in the ocean underwater.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt real quick and just ask what's a submarine?
It's like a boat, but it doesn't have like a deck, and instead of floating on top of the water, it goes under the water.
Sort of like the inverse of an airship, then.
Yeah, basically.
All right.
Only,
Sorry, I didn't mean to
you
interrupt.
know, no, it's okay. I think it's probably the only ones of its kind. But yeah, we stayed in there for a while, and then we got attacked by something, all the sea monsters out there. And then I got washed up, and that's when Mr. Basu found me, and Marvel wasn't anywhere to be found. So
I'm sorry to hear that, little dragon.
Thanks. But yeah, I assume that Oz is pretty pissed about us getting away, and probably wants to make sure that we come back. And I mean, I intend to go back, but I don't intend to go back on his terms.
This all happened far from here? How far is Stormcellar? Do you know why the Midnight Riders would have an association with a dragon?
I don't even know how to get home. We were under the water most of the time, and I'm not much of a navigator. So I don't know how far or close we even are to Zaznek. So I really don't even know how he would have known that we were here. Like, I don't even know how I got here.
Let us ask me three how far Selesnik is.
Great question.
I kind of reach into his mind from outside. Hey, do you know where Selesnik is?
Roll a d3 for me.
It's 2.
Wonderful. Saznak. First of all, you shouldn't be poking into people's heads without warning. But, it's alright, it's alright.
Warning.
I've heard of it. It's far, far across the sea, up to the north, I think. Kind of west of Eisenmar. Never been, the storms are too much.
How many days travel would you say by sea?
Oh, I have no
Or
idea.
your ship?
I couldn't say for sure, I just know it's that way.
Thank you for your assistance. I will send you a warning next time.
Won't that just... Never mind.
And what did you say, east or west?
He said west of Eisenmar.
Okay. And I look off to the side a little, and then I go back to the conversation, and my eyes glow, and I'm just like, our friend says it is from on the west. Was it west? Sorry, I keep forgetting.
Yeah, west of
My-
Eisenmar.
Sorry, my my short-term memory is killing me at this time.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's 1 a.m. West of Eisenmar, a very long way across the sea.
I also want to
There-
add that everyone just sees Reginald's nipples glowing because you're in a trench coat right now.
Reginald
Christ.
It's canon.
Cannon.
While
Two
Nomad is
mermaids.
communicating with 3Me, Nordo just gets down on a knee again as we're waiting outside of the bar, puts another big old heavy hand on Gale's shoulder and says, well, little dragon, I'm far from home too, and I happen to be also missing somebody important to me, so if there's a chance your friend is here, then I will do my best to help you find him.
Thanks. I don't imagine that he is here. We're pretty far away from where we crashed, but
Well, if someone
still,
here
if they're
might have a
looking for him.
lead.
What color is your Oz?
Believe he was red?
Green.
It's green?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Does
We'll
it?
keep an eye out.
I guess it does.
Is it supposed to be symbolic?
Green makes a lot of sense.
I guess that does actually make a lot. Yeah, what's up?
So this is probably a long shot, but have the Order / I heard anything about this dragon just kind of like swooping in and taking over?
Give me a history check. No, this name does not ring any bells.
Cool.
It simply means we will have to keep our ears open for green dragons nearby. I do not know much about dragons. What do I roll for dragons?
Oh god, if you're trying to like figure out how they behave and what they do, that would be your choice of...
More like how much power they have over the land here, like social economics. Like, are they bosses of gangs?
That would be a history check.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep rolling these things I have no proficiency in, but okay. Ooh.
Alright, sure. Let's do this. Give me a luck check. Come on, please 20 this so I can just do it.
Sorry.
Okay, alright.
We'll have to do this again some other time.
You have a vision of what appears to be a war room or a war council of some sort. You're looking over a big map. You don't really recognize the land masses. Nothing really stands out to you as recognizable. But it's just a war room where they appear to be talking about how a bunch of dragons have appeared from seemingly nowhere. They're attacking a big island, but it's too far away for them to really defend. And they're having just this gloomy discussion about how they have no choice but to let the dragons take that land. They just aren't in a position to fight them off. You know that usually... that's about all you would get with that vision. It's kind of an obscure topic, but that's what you would get.
Yeah. So I just get they appeared out of nowhere, and they're so strong that people just let them kind of take one of the islands.
Yeah. In this particular instance, that is what you know. Yeah.
Yeah. This is. Would I know that this is like nearby? Like this is this area?
Oh god. Give me a survival check to see if it reminds you of what you see on the map that you've been putting together with Vasu. Yeah. Compared to the map that you've seen Vasu working on with 3Ms, it looks like it's probably somewhere in this region. Maybe a little bit further west. Like, you recognize this landmass over here, and it seems like they were talking about a landmass over this way somewhere.
Yeah. I imagine they're like talking over some war map, and they're pointing and angry and screaming at each other.
Yep.
And I'm mimicking the same emotions. It's weirdly emotional,
I look
but
angry
with no
to help.
sounds.
I look angry to help.
Yeah, I look angry. And I'm like, dragons appeared here some time ago. There was no explanation how they got here. The people were not ready. They let them take an island.
Gale, you would just kind of inherently know because of your background. Dragons have been around for a while. They kind of show up all over the place. Like, it's totally normal for just a dragon to exist in a region and kind of have its lair. It actually sounds a little bit unusual to you for them to work together like that in like a coordinated force. You haven't heard of that particular event. But, you know, you also have a little bit of understanding of how dragons work.
It's pretty unusual for them to work together like that.
Do they not play well together?
Not really. There was a story that I read, but it was completely fictional about like a chromatic conclave of dragons taking over a land.
I think I saw that play as well, actually. It was called, what was it? Important Dice or something like that?
Yeah.
There is often truth in fiction. The memory I have is specifically of, I wouldn't call it a conclave, or I wouldn't know if they were chromatic, but they did take over land together.
Does Nomad get like a sense of how old that vision was?
Oh my god.
What do we even roll for that?
Fuck.
Roll for age?
I can't think of any reason that you would. If you
History, right?
I mean,
Just maybe something in the room. I don't know, like
if you
the
can,
map.
if you can think of some convincing, I guess give me an investigation check, sure,
Okay, cool. I'm actually proficient in that.
to see if they're using like old-fashioned technology or anything.
Yeah. What's this? What's the date on the whiskey they have in the room? For example, you know.
Your visions are a little bit too hazy for that most of the time, unless the whiskey bottle is like a key part of the memory.
The guy was really angry and drunk, and he was drinking, and it's like, "This is not my brand of whiskey." And he
Yeah.
throws it across.
You can't
And it's like-
rotate enhance.
This one was made yesterday. It's a horrible one. Look at the date.
They do mention airships, and one of them mentions fire powder or black powder, so you know it can't be that old.
Maybe 50 to 60 years ago.
Maybe, sure, that sounds reasonable.
Okay, I'm going to ask a very weird question now. Gale, how old is black powder and/or airships?
Oh fuck.
If you
350 years.
Yeah, sounds about right.
right, so it's
Oh,
anywhere
really?
from. Wow, airships have been around that long.
So, oh my god.
I don't know, man. I've been underground for my entire life.
That's fair.
Yeah, Gale has known about airships and black powder since the day he was born. They've been around forever.
Yeah.
And honestly, black powder really has been around for a very, very long time.
Gale
Also,
canonically
why is
learned
everybody
about
so-
airships from Mount.
Why is everybody so fascinated by airships? Submarines are the new shit. Like,
This is the
Get with the
first
times.
time I've heard of a submarine. Actually, I'm very fascinated by it. I would like to learn more. But first, we
need
must
to
find
get
your
on
friend.
top of this this like new market and just start making submarines. Screw this mission.
it's actually not going to be very lucrative. All the monsters in the oceans,
Yeah, no.
it's a suicide mission. The fact that we survived as long as we did is a miracle.
To be fair, the sky is not safe either. Did not friend Moat and friend Nordo get attacked?
That we did.
Really, no place is safe. It depends on your preference whether you want air or water. Maybe land, actually. But then there are those birds that attack you on land.
Speaking of being in an unsafe place, maybe we should table the history lessons and get this errand run. I think that I'm certainly interested in helping you, Gale, go to this mine and see if we can find something out about your missing friend. But even on that note, I don't think we should stay here for more than the rest of the night. This town knows you're here now, whether it's those gangsters in those barrels back there or the Kenku who knows that the gang's looking for you, or somebody in that tavern we just walked out of. Somebody has seen you, so we can't
Yeah.
stay here too long.
I agree.
Maybe put a disguise on.
Yes, I was just about to suggest as well. Brother
Maybe-
Bird is very smart.
Maybe we can find some coal powder in the mines, then I can just like cover myself in that.
Yes, then we can disguise your prosthetics.
I was thinking turning my scales black. Prosthetics are going to be a little tougher.
Oh, we can just put you on top of someone's head, like Reginald.
Yes.
I have a suspicion that the bigger thing is going to be the bum eye and the bum leg. I feel like if I was looking for a kobold with a bum eye and a bum leg and they were supposed to be yellow, and then I saw a gray kobold with a bum eye and a bum leg, I would be a little suspicious.
Well, if we give him the eye we found, he would not have a bum eye. And we can just put him somewhere to hide the leg, I suppose.
Like pants.
Threeme's warned us not to use that eye. I don't know if we should risk it. He seemed like a pretty knowledgeable magician.
That's fair. We know nothing of this thing.
That we do not.
Simply do not attune to it.
Hey, what time of day is it currently, Peck?
About 11 o'clock, 11:30 pushing.
Okay. Well, what say we go check this mine, see what we can see, and then find somewhere or other to bed down for the night, and either leave or do what we're going to do in the morning and get out of this.
Beck, no. When
What?
awful sprite.
I know, I'm so sorry.
I mean, you can draw it yourself, but it's a sprite. There's very little you can do with it. There's like a maze on it, right?
Oh no, I didn't make that one.
Oh yeah,
It's
just grab
it's just an eye. It is
Yeah,
kind of
it's
creepy
an
though when you look at it that big.
Yeah.
I'm mad that it just popped up. I was just like, why is it staring at me?
Did I do something wrong? Oh, it's like the all-seeing eye of God is here.
It's watching.
Yes. I do not want to speak this out loud, so perhaps when we have a private place we can discuss, I can give a suggestion of our next course of action.
Yeah, let's not talk about it here right outside of the bar. Maybe we should start walking and just find an alley or something.
Yes, I, Reginald, agree.
Also, because Nomad and I are being Reginald, I'm just saying everything he says. So yeah.
He's my
my
voice.
tumor's not talking.
All right, where to? What's the plan?
To the mines.
To the mines.
Yep. As we're going that way, I just I think that we as a group just try to keep Gale like in the middle of us all, and also I just want to keep an eye out for anyone specifically that looks like they see Gale and like take a special interest in Gale as we pass them.
Sure.
Is Gale small enough to fit under the trench coat with Nomad?
Yeah.
Just, like walk under
Totally. I
his
mean,
legs.
Like, spoiler alert, this disguise is not very good to begin with, so like it's very obvious that there's two people under a trench coat. But like, there's nothing
Make it
stopping
three.
you from making it three. Exactly. Like, it's not going to be
Yeah, at
any
least
more
they
or
won't
less
know who it
suspicious.
is,
Like,
right? At least it'll hide who Gil is.
it's already suspicious as fuck. So why not ramp it up?
Wait, you're saying our disguise is not working? That sounds blasphemous. It's perfect. We've been doing this for a whole year.
I mean, that goblin believed it, and
That's true. You actually have fooled at least one person.
That means it's perfect.
Honestly, as long as they don't know he's a mind flayer, it doesn't really matter.
That's true. We're only really hiding the mind player in this.
Right. If it's just a
Well-
human trying to be out of place in Salt Bowl, then who cares?
Yeah.
Well, maybe the Master of Disguises can lend me just like a cloak.
Do we have a random cloak? Ace, do you have a cloak?
Does Ace have a cloak? I have hats. Lots of hats.
Yes,
You want-
hats.
You want to borrow my tabard?
Excellent.
I was kind of thinking something with a hood.
If you pull the back over, it is almost like a hood.
Hey, Nomad, why doesn't he just use your hood?
A little ridiculous.
Your magic hood.
Oh, I suppose. You'd have to attune to that.
Oh, never mind then.
Little Dragon, you could use one of my armbands and tie it around your head like a turban or something. It seems like that would fit into this environment. Not quite the same as a hood.
Do you
I
just want to
suppose.
ride on Nomad's shoulders? You just look like the lizard folk then.
Well,
What if we have two heads? It'll be like our friend, Me.
I don't think that's gonna work at all. You know what? It's late. Maybe nobody will notice. I'll just stand in the middle.
Okay. We just
By
make
the
us
middle, I mean I'm gonna just stay under Nordo.
Right.
Kind of like a small dog or cat that just needs to be under your feet everywhere you want.
Excellent.
Don't trip.
Constantly getting accidentally kicked in the back.
All right, perfect.
I'm gonna like reach into
I
like
definitely trip
my
once.
pocket and pull out my little magnifying glass, and I'm gonna like hand it to Nomad's hand. We're gonna need this later.
Yes, I will hold it up when we need it. I, Reginald, need this to see closely.
Yes.
I, Reginald, am afraid to lean over.
All right. You guys start cautiously making your way kind of over towards the northeast side of town. You do, Vasu in particular notices that this does take you kind of past the stables, where there are several centaurs and a couple of gnolls gathered around these two large bonfires, a few of them spread out in tents in kind of this clearing in the middle of the square. They don't seem to mess with you that much, but every now and then a couple gnolls will look over, bark something out in Abyssal, and then kind of start laughing to themselves, just kind of jeering and poking fun. You do pass by this small Eastern
Are
market.
Abyssal and Infernal like similar? I always forget.
In my campaign, they are the exact same thing. Two
Then what
dialects.
did they say? I want to know what the Knolls are talking about.
They're kind of just like making fun of you guys for being so out of place. Like, look at that big guy. What the fuck is that? Who does he think he is? Look at that thing. That thing looks like it's gonna just keel over. How old do you think that guy is? It's like, no, you idiot. That's two or three guys in a trench coat.
God,
At some
I
point
don't
during
know what they're saying.
At some point during the walk, I would like to look at Ace on top of Nomad's shoulders and just say, "Hey, friend Reginald, could you do me a favor and ask our friend Lise where she means to go now that we're done with this particular task? Does she even want to come join us in this little errand? Does she mean to go her own way?"
Rightio.
Yes, I, Reginald, will ask her this. This way. we turn,
All right.
and then like for a moment, like Ace kind of just stares at Lisa again because I connect with her, and I ask her like a question Nordo has.
Um. Truthfully, I hadn't really given it that much thought. I just don't want to be home right now. I've been there too long. I want to get out. I want to see things. I need to grow. I think this is how people do it. I thought maybe I would head south. I hear that Thorngrove, you can go anywhere in the world from Thorngrove if you know the right words to say. I don't know if I'm very good at that part, but eventually, perhaps. For now, I don't have any plans. If you guys can keep me safe, I can try to keep you healed. That's part of growing, I think.
This is good. Between all of us combined, we have more than enough words. Certainly, some of them will be right.
I've noticed you do talk a lot.
Yes, it is a shame you cannot understand fully. It's glorious.
What does Falcone mean? Everybody was shouting it, so I did.
Oh, Falcone is a family name for one of these crime syndicates.
I see.
We were framing them.
Things aren't so different here then.
Yeah. We were trying to protect the shopkeeper from this other gang.
Maybe they are. Anyway, where are we going now?
We are going to the mine.
I see. All right.
I relate to Nordo what she said. She or I'd say it as Reginald.
Rightio. And then I just convey it.
The people that we saw earlier at the fort, they won't hurt us, but we have to be careful. We have to follow their rules, or they can be nasty.
Were you a part of their order before?
Not their order, but I came from the same place. They're wearing the same uniform. They're from where I am from, and it looks like they probably worked for the guard too.
What are their rules?
Here, I don't know, but it looks like they're protecting something. Probably whatever's in that fort.
Interesting. I will relay this as well. Elise has told I, Reginald, that the people there who are her people, but she doesn't know them, are protecting something something important perhaps. But I, Reginald, do not know what's in the fort or who owns.
Sorry, I was AFK for a second. We're talking about the fort that we saw the other Tabaxi in her like similar armor.
Yep.
Okay.
They might have been hired to protect it by whoever owns the fort.
Gotcha.
They've got these rule kind of ironclad or whatever.
I got the impression that fort is where people go to get water in this town, since it's I'm finding that it's not legal to buy water. I think it's all maybe rationed or distributed in some way from that fort.
That's possible.
The
The
orcs that we
little
spoke to
one.
called it the watering hole.
Oh. It's a very important place then. Explains why it's fortified.
I believe so. But our friend Elise, she will stay with us, so
She will remain with us for as long as we protect her. She will heal us when we need it. She wants to grow. She cannot go back home. Or will for the time being.
About this time, you guys kind of get past the Eastern Market, kind of go past these next few blocks of residential buildings, and then there's kind of an opening. You see some shale and some other rocks that lead over towards the edge of this crater. And then past that, you can see that there are a number of mines, but the biggest one is kind of tucked into this corner here. You can see that there's a little mining house set up right in front of it. You can see that there are a couple of kobolds working the yard there, and one that is sitting just kind of on a rocking chair with a big old rifle that seems to be just kind of on lookout. He can see the street from where you're at. It's probably a good, I don't know, maybe a couple football fields length. But, you know, right now it still looks like you guys are just traveling, so he doesn't really pay a lot of attention to you. Unless you guys want to stop and head that way, it's up to you.
does this look like the place that when I heard the job offer for Gale and his friends, they had said like to find Bugsy at such and such mine, I think like beyond a red house or something. I don't remember the exact description, but does this look like that?
The house here is not red. It looks like a kind of generic mine, and there's no signage up, so it's a little bit hard to say. But you don't see a red house. You don't see any mention of a red house. Or, well, you don't see any houses painted red.
Gotcha. I think I might be misremembering. That might have been from Egepitus, Pete's job offer.
Yeah. Give me wisdom or int, and I'll fill you in.
Just unskilled.
Yep. Yeah, you would remember that Egepitus owns a mine over by the West Market. There's a red house by the powder mines.
Gotcha. I think everyone else was here when we got that job offer, but if not, Nordo has at this point filled you all in about that job offer.
What were the details of that?
There was a guy named Egepitus or Pete who runs a mine, and he has some like carts of lead in his mine that are ready to go and need to be delivered to Joker at that inventor store. But there are ropers in the mines now, so he's hiring somebody to get the lead out of the mine and take it to Joker, and whatever Joker pays for it, you can keep. Anyway,
Hey, maybe we should do that while we're here. Just a thought.
I think we should just get this errand done and get going, even if it means by foot, although there is still the matter of discussing where we are going after.
Alright, at this point, if you guys are not still walking, it's going to be pretty suspicious that you're just standing in the street. What's the plan?
Do we want to just run in and fuck them up, or should we try and do this smartly?
I would certainly recommend smartly. If this is a whole gang and that was just the 20 that they sent to Viola's, then we'd be in trouble if we run into all of them.
All right. Then maybe you should take me prisoner.
Very well. How do you want to be knocked out?
I don't want to be knocked out.
Oh, okay, but how do we take you prisoner? Perhaps chains?
Nordo can just throw him over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Alternatively, one of us could just walk up and say we have information and ask who to talk to.
That seems a little safer.
Perhaps the experienced bounty hunter.
That seems like a reasonable idea.
And the rest of us will wait safely somewhere within reach.
That was pointed at Flick.
What was pointed at what?
Experienced bounty hunter.
They want you to go negotiate with the kobolds and something. I don't know. Figure out the plan.
The idea
Basically,
here, right, is to figure out if they have Gale's friend. So maybe we're just looking for someone to walk up and basically just ask them if they've caught those 2 kobolds. Like you've heard the job offer and you're wondering if it's still, and like maybe you have some information.
All right, I guess
oh,
I can do
that's
that.
like so much safer than what I had planned. That's a way better idea.
What was your plan? For
My,
reference.
my plan was that you were gonna send me into their prison, and then I was just gonna have to break out.
Oh,
Excellent.
Well,
Let
let's
us
try
make that-
not doing that.
let's make that a solid plan C.
I'd recommend Plan D or maybe even E.
Okay, we'll scoot it down the line.
Look, I'm having a rough day. You guys don't have to also bludgeon my self-esteem.
No, that's understandable. Do you want some jerky?
Yes.
All right, we've been
Also,
alone
I
here
am not
too long.
conveying
Someone's gonna see.
Nomad being rude. If Nomad starts, I just say nothing, or I just say really fancy things that just don't make sense.
He says like equivocably for no reason.
How about the rest of us walk around the block? Flick, you can go check in, and we'll meet you right here again in a few minutes.
You want to
Sure.
go alone, Flick, or you want some backup?
I've done this by myself a couple times, but if you'd rather, be around, that's fine.
Nah, I'm
Both.
good. Just want to make sure you were fine.
Mode
I should
is
be all right.
excellent at talking, so he might be helpful.
I'm a little shaken up from the whole ordeal earlier, so it might be good if I had someone else this time, if you don't.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Yes, you were just a child a few hours ago. Was that even an hour ago? That's 15 minutes. You are 15
Translates
minutes
to you're still recuperating.
Alright, so Flick and Moat are heading up to negotiate?
Yep.
Alright, let's see how this goes. Just a
Oh yeah,
second.
racism. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, racism.
Wait, is that a thing here?
I mean, the minorities are the majority.
I guess, but I'm an illithid.
Well, everyone's racist against you. It's fine.
You're
Yeah.
such a minority that everyone actually just loves you instead.
It's like if
Hmm.
ET were just walking around. People would be kind of weirded
Yeah.
out.
If ET were like nearly 7 feet tall, I guess people would stare more.
You don't have the cute factor going for you. You just need to be shorter.
Nomad
was
is
cute.
plenty cute.
Oh, thank you. I look like a squid. I guess squid can be cute. More like a cuttlefish? This is
Jesus,
Chubby
there's a lot
Guard.
of kobolds.
Just a handful.
To be fair, they like breed like crazy.
Alright, so as you approach, you can see that there are indeed a fuck ton of kobolds. There's this many that are like outside, dumping things out of carts or hammering on anvils around back, tying things off, untying things. But there is one kobold sitting on a rocking chair with a big old gun. And as you approach, he kind of like slowly pushes himself off. He has to tiptoe to get down from the chair. And he walks over with the gun slung over his shoulder. It's not. He does whistle, and a couple of kobolds nearby stop and come. But they're doing this to make it known that you've alerted the entire place. And the one with the gun is like, what do you want?
Evening. I've just been told about this. I guess it's a bounty on these 2 particular kobolds.
Yeah. All right. Let me go get Bugsy. Stay here. Don't do anything
Okay.
dumb. and he starts sauntering off into the mine. He hands the gun
Do
to one of the
something
other
dumb.
kobolds, and the kobold goes and sits in the rocking chair.
I know he doesn't have a mustache, but I like to imagine that kobold has a mustache.
A couple minutes come by, and then popping up out of the mines covered in soot. It looks like his scales are probably green to begin with, but at this point it just looks like they are charcoal black. You see that a rather large kobold, for a kobold anyway, maybe about, scrambles his way out, walks over, takes the rifle back. Like, alright, you seen him? What's the deal?
I just wanted some more information to make sure they weren't, captured, and I wasn't on a wild goose chase, just hunting down every kobold in the city, trying to find the one with the bum eye and the bum leg, and I forget what the other one.
You heard the ad on the job board?
Yeah.
Then we're still looking. What's the deal?
I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know. I don't know how the job board works. If the bird keeps saying things or what.
I mean, it's not okay. All right. No, yeah, we still need both of them. Do you know anything?
Not yet. I'm just stopping here first to get some. Just make sure I'm not wasting my time.
All right, go shoot. Go on, get.
All right.
He kind of like shakes his head and walks away. Gives the gun back. Everybody kind of goes back into their place. The two or three that had been pulled up continue to just kind of watch you until you guys walk away or do whatever it is you do.
Can I insight check? I need both of them.
Sure.
Are they like batteries? Need two of them?
He looks pretty annoyed. He's treating it like that was very matter of fact. Like he feels like it should be obvious that if they're still on the job board, they still need both of them. But at the same time, like, I don't know. It's a little hard to read.
Do you have any leads on where these guys are, or?
The three kobolds like, if I knew where they were, I'd turn them in myself. It's a good reward.
I figured that might be the case.
Yeah, makes sense.
Rumor is, someone went missing. A handful of people went missing over in the West Market. I wonder if that's something to do with that. Poor chums. Oh well, more water for the rest of us. And he starts to walk off, go back down into the mines.
All right. Well, I guess we should get looking for those kobolds.
100%. Gotta find him.
Okay. Alright. Everybody seems to kind of just go back to work. They're still kind of watching to make sure that you don't do anything shifty, but... Alright, you guys head back to the group.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to give us much more information than that.
Alright, easy enough. You guys all regroup.
All right. They don't have your friend either, so you're both safe for now.
Thanks. It's good to know.
Yep, no problem. They don't seem to know much of anything about where you are, though, or if they know, they're not willing to tell anyone. In a town where everyone's probably wanting the bounty, that makes sense, because if someone else has your information, then you're shit out.
Well, that solves that problem for now. Now we gotta iron out where we're going and hopefully get going.
Yeah, it sounds like staying in town with Gale would be a bad idea since everyone's looking for him.
I'm figuring that your friend's probably smart, right? If he is, I wouldn't stay in a town where there's wanted posters for me. Well, not literally, but you know what.
Yeah, he's smart, but I still don't know how he found out that I was in the area. Unless he's put out bounties in every city.
Magic,
just-
perhaps?
Maybe. I don't know magic very well. Can you find me magically? Is there a way to stop him from finding me?
Do I know what scrying is at all?
Oh my god, are you trained in Arcana?
Isn't
You're a
he?
detective.
No.
Give me an Arcana check. You are literally a detective. You know that there is magic for it. You might not know that it's called scrying. You might not know anything about it, but like you know, there's magic to find people. Sure, why not?
Do I know that having a body part of someone is a good way to scry or to find someone magically, or do I have an inkling about that?
Yeah, Arcana 17. You know that helps.
Well, the person you escaped from has parts of your body. Perhaps they used that to track you down.
Wait, what?
You are missing a leg and an eye and possibly some organs. If they have part of your
Well-
body, they might be able to track you down with it.
Well, not exactly. I don't think they have much of the leg left.
Hmm.
Did they
Really?
eat it?
No, but it kind of blew up.
Oh,
Go
that
on.
kind of experiment.
Blew up in
Uh,
what sense?
So, you know about still stones, right?
Yes.
So, Oz was basically experimenting with the idea of putting still stones into people. And when he did that, they explode. And then
Oh,
I lost my leg and my eye and probably some hopefully not vital internal organs.
well, you're still moving, so thankfully it perhaps is not vital.
Yeah. As interesting as the story is, perhaps we should not be near the cave of the people looking for you.
I assume we're walking away.
Those flying kobolds, they wanted parts of you. The ones you buried.
Yeah,
They can't have been from very far away. Perhaps they work with someone here.
maybe, but they're dead now, so
We didn't find anything on them that would give away their bosses, did we?
I think they were
Only the brains.
I think they were from my home. They were yellow. They had same scales as me.
Hmm.
What do I know about kobolds and coloration in scales?
Oh fuck! Somebody has already done this. If it wasn't you, can give me.
It was
What's that?
it was me last week. So
Okay. You can give me history or nature.
Advantage because ranger.
Yeah, you would know that a lot of the time it has to do with their draconic heritage. It's distant, and nobody's really entirely sure how connected they are. But it works very similarly to dragons. You would know that they tend to find a dragon of a similar color and kind of swear fealty or allegiance to it. You would know that that's kind of an old-fashioned form of kobold society. It's still incredibly popular, but in civilized places, it's a little more uncommon. You would know that sometimes very powerful kobolds will gain either the ability to breathe some sort of a breath weapon based on their color, or gain some sort of resistance to that type of damage. But again, even that is pretty uncommon. Way less common than, say, Dragonborn.
Gotcha. But you can like look at some kobolds and if like you can kind of tell like, oh, those two are similar lineage.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're always going to be from the same tribe or even the same place, but there is kind of an unspoken bond of kinship there.
So like if a yellow kobold finds into the yellow kobold, they're gonna have like a oh look, we're both yellow kobolds.
Yeah, I mean, it still comes down to individual personalities and stuff, but it's a thing that kobolds bond over easily.
Gotcha. All right. So where are we going? Are we gonna camp outside town? Stay in an inn?
my vote would be to go camp somewhere outside of town and discuss our plans moving forward out there.
On the way into town, did we find any areas that looked like they'd be good campsites? Like nice, maybe off the road, hidden a little bit?
I mean, like, as you were approaching from the east, you could kind of go off the road and just, tuck yourself into a salt flat somewhere. There's a couple of rock formations that provide a very minimal amount of cover. It's kind of up to you how far you want to get from town.
Hmm.
Perhaps it might be a good idea to camp outside of town, and then a few of us can come back into town tomorrow to find out, like, if after we decide where we're going, if we want to try doing airships or any more purchasing.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite equipped for a long journey through the salt flats, but I think getting out of town for at least tonight is a good start.
Yeah. If we're planning where to go next, the Thorn Grove, Elise says, is a good place. We can go anywhere in the world from Thorn Grove, according to her.
Anyone
How
know
so?
where Thorn Grove is?
She does, I think.
Will you ask her if she can get to the rib of the world from Thorngrove?
I'll ask her this.
Sure. As you guys are kind of walking and talking, she does. If I understand, we should go to an alley and then show me the map. You kind of tuck into an alley out of the way, and Vasu pulls out his map. She does point out where Thorngrove is. And she says that she has heard they can send someone almost anywhere instantly. They have magic cacti? I've never seen it firsthand, and when I say it out loud, it sounds silly. This is just what I've heard, though.
So that's like 3 days walk from here, it looks like.
Yeah,
She didn't say it out loud, though.
that's fair. It was telepathic, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I do like to say it out loud eventually.
I do know that
Preface it. Go ahead.
the city itself is open to anyone. No, it's a port town. A lot of people come and go. I don't know if the grove itself. Again, I've heard that you can use it to go anywhere. I've never been, and I don't know anyone who's been. I don't know much about it.
Well, if it's a port town, then worst case we could get passage on a ship or something along those lines there. Seems like a good start.
When we're safe, well, would it be safe to camp outside of town, out in the open, with the birds out there, possible bandits and people looking for us?
Safer than here, I think.
The temple might house us if we need it.
As if on cue, you guys come around the corner. You hear just a little bit of a commotion. And when you kind of come around the corner of a building, you can see that there's a little hole in the ground, and then another one just past that. And sitting just right in the middle of the street are a couple of dead creatures. They look a little bit like sharks, but they've got these 4 stubby legs, and there's like 5 or 6 town guards that are going around just making sure they're nice and dead. One of them is kind of like holding his knee real close. Looks like he's a little bit injured.
How cute are they?
Shargo?
I don't know. It's kind of up to you.
They're very cute.
They've got these
I
just
like-
dead fish-like eyes.
I just rush up with a weapon out and ask the closest guard, are there any more of them?
No. Dealt with. Thank you for. Stay out of this. It's okay. We have it under control.
Can I make an insight check? Does he have it under control?
Sure. Seems like he's not fucking with you.
Okay.
These things.
I don't know if he was just trying to keep the peace, but there's actually a bigger problem.
Yeah, no, these things happen time to time. Land sharks or bullets, they pop up. Didn't get anyone this time. Every now and then we lose a goblin here, a child there. Nowhere's really that safe, but better here than the salts.
Understood.
I, Reginald, think we should probably not be outside.
I agree.
No, I see like these shark things can just pop out anywhere. Oh, maybe we should go somewhere for.
I mean, you guys do you. That was. You guys do you.
Yeah, no, that with this new information, like, oh, these just pop out of nowhere. Great.
Well,
We
Three
could
Me's
use
did
the
say he
inn.
would give us a room at the end, didn't he? Or a discount at least.
Yeah. Perhaps he can hide us somewhere better than just discount room.
More, it
Personally,
seems likely, since we know his secret, that he'd be more likely to hide us so that that secret does not get out. Not saying that we should threaten with it, but naturally, if someone knows the secret, you don't want them
Yeah.
to get captured.
Tit for tat.
personally, I would still feel safer protecting myself from these beasts than from gangs and the like in this town. But whatever y'all think is better, I'll go with you.
I'd
I
feel
would agree
safer
with
in the
Nor.
temple.
Temple.
The mausoleum, Tizuanu.
Right. But what about them?
Isn't that
It
like a
just seems
temple
like
to like death and dismemberment?
Oh, that's not so bad.
I'm just saying. I imagine they don't get a lot of people fucking with them.
It's true. And they are a good, strong stone foundation.
I already
Though,
died once today, kind of, so I'm down for whatever.
yes.
I mean, if we want to say it Crosswinds, we can say it Crosswinds, but I'm just, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. We should check to see if they accept borders. Is that what you call people who got asked for room and board?
Yep, 100%. That is correct.
Yes, borders.
All right.
All right, where are you guys going?
I guess we'll check to see if they
Crosswinds.
accept people.
Also, what time of day is it? Also,
Late, 11:30
Midnight.
midnight.
while walking through this town, did we see a magic shop or a shop that may look like a magic shop, feels like a magic shop?
As you guys are kind of wheeling your way back around, you keep an eye out. You kind of look through windows here and there. You do find there's a blacksmith that has a bunch of weapons on display and also some like mining picks, a lot of mining supplies. And you do see this warehouse that a couple of you have already been to, the one with the picture of Joker on front of it. It does have just like a bunch of drawings of strange things. There's like a broom. There is a weird orb with a couple of like lightning bolts coming out of it. There's a deck of playing cards. There is a book that has been painted over with a big bold black streak to cross it out. There are a couple of like arcane runes, which some of you nomad would probably recognize as just like meaningless. It's jumbled. It's not a real spell, but they are arcane runes. It's real magic. Whoever knows it like knows the runes. It's the closest thing you guys really find.
Playing cards.
The deck of many things.
I just need cards. I love it. When I walk by, I'm like, no, Matt, touch our deck.
What?
Touch the deck. The deck. We have a whole playing card deck on the hat. Remember?
Yeah.
So I'm like, touch the
right.
deck.
Tu-
And then
I-
as he touches, I go playing cards.
I lift my hand up and touch it. Do we need more cards?
Always.
Hmm,
I don't expect they're open at midnight, little orc.
it's true.
Yeah, we're in enough trouble. We shouldn't.
Break
We'll come back
in.
tomorrow.
Yes, perhaps in the morning. Would I know if like yellow kobolds are related to like golden dragons?
Oh my goodness. Have you already rolled for what the fuck are kobolds?
I've rolled for dragons. I know
Give me a what the fuck are kobolds check.
nature or
Nature or history, either one would work.
Yeah, I'm not proficient in it. I'll go for nature in this case.
Sure.
Yeah,
They're similar. They probably get along pretty well. Like the colors are pretty close. Why not?
right.
I mean, you know that like there's a difference between gold and yellow. You're not stupid.
Yeah,
But-
but like they're the closest, I
Yeah.
guess.
They probably get along.
So I figure chromatic, quotation marks, kobolds, they go beyond just the chromatic dragon colors. Like they're yellows. I don't think there's a yellow dragon.
Oh
right?
yeah, you'd be aware that
Unless you made a mustard gas dragon and didn't tell us.
who knows, man.
Hmm. A sunflower dragon.
For the record,
That
I
sounds
haven't
nice.
really asked Gale whether his scales have like a metallic sheen to them or not.
That's fair.
And you'll never know.
Gale, how yellow are you?
Yeah, how yellow are you, Gale?
Are you
That's,
like
none of your business?
what?
Wow. Does he reflect in the sunlight?
Are you like the yellow man from that black and white movie? What was that? By Frank Miller. Sin
No.
City.
Definitely not.
Just stick out.
I am not Elijah Woods.
Elijah Wood, like the yellow dude, the bright yellow one.
Yeah, isn't that Elijah Wood?
No, that's the serial killer dude. The who doesn't talk.
It's been
He
so
get,
long since I've seen Sin City.
it's okay. He gets eaten by wolves or something like that.
At this time, do we arrive at the temple?
Yeah. All right, let's move things along. You do make your way through these kind of creepy dead woods up the winding path to the mausoleum, where you can see that there is a female dwarf with a mask. She looks at you and greets you in Dwarvish first and then in Common. Welcome to the mausoleum. Can we do something for you?
Quick thing before we do this.
Sure.
So while we were walking around, Ace was going to be keeping an eye out to see if anyone was like making looks at Gale.
Yeah, and I believe Nordo was kind of doing the same thing too. If the two of you want to give me perception checks. Yeah, nobody really like stands out. Like people look at the entire group because you all kind of are a bit out of place. But nobody seems to react specifically to Gale. Nobody starts running off. Nobody does anything super shifty that you notice.
Cool.
We were just hoping you could maybe give us some room to stay in tonight.
I mean, if there's some sort of special needs or occasion, are any of you injured? Are you on pilgrimages? I guess what I mean is we're not a hostel. We're not an inn.
Okay, so I kind of just like puff my chest out a little bit, get like a little showboaty, and get the like this weird, almost kind of uncharacteristic, like solemn look on my face,
All right.
and I just say, Adra is sending me somewhere, and she needs me to make it.
Ooh.
We need a room tonight.
Excellent. Give me your choice of persuasion or religion. She looks over all of you. It's not going to be glamorous, but if you need somewhere safe to stay, I understand. These are dangerous places, and the city isn't made for, well, a lot of you. Come with me. It won't be glamorous. And she starts to kind of motion for you to follow her into this big stone hall, very dimly lit. Just a couple of torches and sconces on the wall. You hear the sound of all of your collective footprints clacking and echoing and reverberating through this giant hall. Every tap of Gale's metal and wood foot. Every bit of your chainmail rattling around, until eventually she leads you to a small side room. There is no door. It simply opens up into an area that has maybe 15, 20 very plain straw mattress cots. Very simple, no decorations. There's like 2 footlockers at the foot of some of these beds. I'm afraid it's not much, and I must insist that this be a temporary stay. We reserve this for the dead and dying. But as long as you're not superstitious about sharing the beds of those who have gone before us, you can stay
Of
here
course
for the
not.
night.
I just pat Flick's shoulder.
Understood. I'll make sure the others know not to bother you.
I appreciate your consideration. May I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you know the fastest way to the rib of the world? We were going to Thorn Grove, and we were just kind of curious.
I've heard of it. It's a long way to the east. I don't think you can get there on foot. It's past Bastion. I know we've sent teams over there regularly to help, put the undead down one bit at a time, but it seems they grow more than we can cull them. All the same, past Bastion, I believe there are two land masses. One, a stronghold for the undead. They say there are undead there who think and breathe and live like us. But then beyond that is the rib of the world. If you're going there, I would go by airship or take a wide berth. I don't think you want to stop on that middle island.
You say you send teams regularly to Bastion. You know when the next one of those is leaving?
We usually send them maybe every 2 months. I'd have to check. I am not part of those teams, but I can find out.
If we were willing to go put some undead down for you, would you be willing to help us get there?
Certainly. We're always looking for volunteers. We do have a few rules, especially if you... Well, yeah, we're always looking for volunteers. Let me get somebody who's a little bit more well-versed in this. They can talk things over. But yeah, you all look like a capable lot. Anybody willing to put the dead back where they belong is good in my books. Anyway, I'll go check. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll return when I found out more.
Ace gets very comfortable on top of Nomad's shoulders.
Nomad does the lotus position and starts meditating. He floats a little.
Ace starts going, just to help. Can you levitate with me on your shoulders?
It's just a flavor levitate, like an inch.
It's canon now. It's canon.
This is flight, right? This is flying. We did it. We did it. It's like barely noticeable.
A single tear goes down Ace's cheek.
We did it. Mission complete.
Let's go home.
Where is home?
Where the heart is. Inside your
right
chest.
Here. I guess. Don't go inside my chest. I need space in there.
But I'm small.
Yeah, but my chest cavity is tiny. Vasu has been strangely quiet for a while.
He's all angered out.
Yeah, he's done a lot today.
Meta, I think he's dealing with a phone call.
Oh.
Eventually, she does come back, and she's accompanied by a dwarf, this bright red hair. He's big for a dwarf. He's real big for a dwarf. Probably something in the ballpark of like 4'6" to 5 feet tall.
Whoa. It's a big dwarf.
Yeah, built like an absolute truck of a dwarf. It's like a tree stump, basically. And it says, "Oh, I'm Olvir. I hear you guys are looking to kill some zombies."
Yes.
Well, we just sent our last team out about a week ago. We do one a month. It gives them enough time to get back, report what they found, see if anything has changed, reevaluate. If you're still here at the start of the month, we could certainly use all the help we can get.
Understood. We'll talk it over. And thanks for letting us use your space for a safe night's rest.
Of course, anything for the order. I trust whatever you're doing is important, and we're happy to serve.
I appreciate
As am I.
that. It won't go unnoticed.
Excellent. What's up, Ace?
So they've been talking with this order a few times. Have I heard anything about this order?
Give me a religion check.
Is it? I'm assuming that my ranger thing doesn't affect this.
It does. Humanoids are, that's what religions are made up of.
Fuck.
You've heard, you've heard everyone talking about it for the past couple of days. You may have heard it once, maybe twice while you were traveling through Willingquet. It doesn't really ring a lot of bells to you. It's very mysterious, whatever it is. But it sounds religious.
All right, I wait until after he leaves, and then I'm going to turn to Moat. Be like, so Moat, what is this order exactly?
The Order of Balance.
So before he leaves, / before that, I just reach my hand out and put it on his shoulder and I just say, "Together we'll balance the grand scales."
Woof. There's a look of appreciation and relief that you catch on his eye. It's like, absolutely. We're always willing to help keep things in balance. Don't want anyone getting a little bit too, well, whatever it is that causes all of this trouble. Anyway, no trouble at all. Make yourselves comfortable. And it's plain to see that even behind this big, stocky, burly demeanor, there's a very obvious air of submission and even a little bit of fear. I don't know if fear is quite the right word for it, but it's an attitude that you've encountered a few times before among people who know of the order and what they do. But he does excuse himself, tells everyone to make yourself comfortable, and leaves you and Ace alone.
Okay, what was your question? I'm so sorry.
What is this order that you keep speaking of?
The Order of Balance, based out of Bromrose.
He kind of cocks
Surely
his
you've
head to
heard
one
of
side.
them.
He just cocks his head to one side, like, no.
Well, surely you've heard of the Prime Gods.
Have I heard the Prime Gods?
God, religion DC 7.
I have +4 because I'm proficient in religion, so I'm assuming.
Oh, I just say, Zoanu, Seira, Bast, Jujak, Adra.
So you do know of them. That's very nice. Yeah. So
I don't
the
know
Order.
very well.
Well, essentially, I guess all that really matters is the Order of Balance, the order that I serve. We worship and serve Adra. She's the prime god of. I guess I don't really know the best way to put it. She watches over the other gods and makes sure that there is a balance in power. She shifts power from places of high concentration to low concentration. She just makes sure that things are, in check.
Like an overseer or like a mother.
Yeah, in a sense.
Fascinating. And so you bring balance to the world.
You could say that.
Or is it order?
It's both.
What
Adra-
constitutes as unbalance?
She lets
When
us
you
know when
trick.
she's ready.
No, but like an example. What would an example of unbalance be? Would I have seen it?
I'm sure you would have. It depends. Sometimes it's grand in scale and sometimes it's not. When I joined the Order, they had us go on 2, I guess you would say, preliminary missions, so to speak. One of them, we were supposed to kill some gnolls nearby that were terrorizing a nearby town. And the other mission, we were supposed to free a cultist from the local city guard. It's just about making sure that power stays in equilibrium.
So even if someone is in a cult that necessarily isn't good, if they are needed for balance, it is your objective.
Yeah, you can't have good without bad, and you can't have bad without good. It's almost kind of an illusion, so to speak.
So when we were in the cave earlier, how did you know whether you were maintaining balance? By killing that siren or
Succubus.
succubus and all the heads.
I took a leap of faith. It's why I need to report back as soon as I can.
How would you go about reporting?
If I could find some way to send some mail back to, Bromrose, that'd be ideal.
Just simple mail. Got you.
What is mail?
You write something down. Actually, you probably can't do that here. There's no writing
Yeah.
allowed. You write something down and you give it to someone, and they take it to someone else.
Do they have like carrier parrots here?
If
Oh,
they
so they
did,
could-
if they did, you probably couldn't send like letters because
Well,
writing's
the
illegal here.
parrots would repeat the message because they can
Yeah, I
talk.
think you missed the joke there.
Oh, it's a Kinku joke. I get it.
Hence the Kinku job board.
Oh yes.
Ace starts looking around the room. Does he see anything frame shaped? Also, how private is this room?
So this room is actually fairly private. There are 2 doors coming in. Or I'm sorry. Scratch that. Everything I said is a total lie. There are 2 archways leading into the side room. The beds are up against the east wall of it. There are 6 pillars that kind of block view. Like if you wanted to be somewhere private, you could get behind one of the pillars, maybe. But the 2 archways do not have doors in them. So like anybody passing by on the hallway could probably overhear you. The architecture here is just bare stone, so sound carries really well. It echoes a lot. The ceilings are very tall. Not terribly private.
Nomad, I have bad news.
Oh no. Are we going to miss the news?
We may have to miss the news tonight.
But it is my favorite time of the day.
It is a strange ritual. I'd like to see it again someday.
Well, I may have been breaking the law earlier and wrote down a script when I was Reginald.
Perhaps we can do it later or early in the morning when we somewhere outside.
Perhaps, once again, you draw attention, so we may have to wait until we get out of town.
Mm,
Speaking of which, and he turns to Vasu. Hey, Vasu!
he is meditating right now.
Hey, what?
Do you think you can help me give the news tomorrow?
I'd be happy to. I'm
Awesome.
gonna need some help doing my makeup.
Okay, well, I may know a thing or two. Look at these feathers; they on fleek.
I mean,
Also,
I didn't want to say anything because it was a little embarrassing, but they're fantastic.
Oh, thank you. I moisturize, or whatever the equivalent of moisturizing feathers would be.
How many hours a day do you think you spend preening? Just curious.
Repeat that, please. I didn't hear you.
How many hours a day do you think you spend preening yourself? Just curious.
Not much, actually. I just have really good feathers.
Maybe he's born with it.
Maybe it's make believe.
Ace, you mind if I ask you a kind of personal question?
Yeah, what's that?
I don't know a whole lot of Kinku, but, well, actually, matter of fact, the only 2 I've met are you and that little creature with the job board. The fellow with the job board didn't seem to be capable of doing much more than just spitting back out things he'd heard from other people. Whereas you seem, I don't know, creative, or like just now you said things in Vasu's voice, but they were your own things, your own thoughts. I don't know really what I'm asking. Is that which one of you is the exception, you or the job board, Kinku?
Every so often, I can combine sound. It's hard. I can sometimes chop a word in half and use it, but it's very difficult. I'm sure you noticed that whenever I'm being Reginald, my vocabulary is stunted.
Sure, but still you seem much smarter, much more articulate than that other one.
He looks a little flustered for a second before acting a little bit more proud. Yeah, it's lots of practice, I guess. I've always been a little bit more articulate, I guess.
Understood. I didn't mean to pry. I was just curious.
Oh, not at all. He like looks a little like stumbled over his words, like he wasn't expecting a compliment.
Nordo just goes back to drawing in his sketchbook.
All right, you guys do anything particular tonight? You all just go to bed? What's the plan?
Gale is very superstitious about sleeping in some dead people's beds, so he doesn't sleep.
Okay, excellent.
Is there like a sanctuary or something in here?
Yeah, if you kind of just ask around, right across the hall from you, there is a little altar to Zuanu.
Are there like texts anywhere? Like Bibles, so to speak?
No. You do see that there are several, like, inscriptions that have been chiseled out of the stone. And almost all of them, it's odd because they've slapped like, there's black paint that has been slapped over it. But because they're chiseled into the stone, they're still perfectly legible. And the stone is already pretty dark to begin with, so, like, realistically, it's not doing that much. But it looks like it was done as a token effort, if nothing else. To paint over the few bits of inscriptions that there are. There are just a couple basic prayers that are used as decorations in some of the murals. But there are no, like, holy books, there are no scriptures, nothing actually on pen and paper that you can find.
Okay. I just kind of spend some time out in that sanctuary just kind of like reading and studying what I can, and then I'll go to bed.
Sure, sounds good.
Ace kind of like tries to look at what Nomad's doing, or Noder is doing. What do you draw?
Oh, it's well, I'm not very good at it yet, but it's something I'm practicing, doing some drawing. He
I
sort
love
of is like sheepish and like kind of almost looks embarrassed and goes to like close the book when you ask about it.
I can show you some of my drawings if you show me yours.
Sure, that'd be nice.
He like reaches up and grabs the card pack off of his hat and like opens it up and like hands it to you. And when you look at it, it's literally like 51 ace cards that all have pictures of ace on it, and then one queen of diamond cards that's like Nomad, but he's like kind of like seductive looking over his shoulder.
Well, that's something, I guess. And he turns his sketchbook around. It's like the drawing that he was currently working on is a picture of two yellow kobolds, one of whom has like a bum leg, and it's Gale. It's the two kobolds, that Gale and his friend, and they're riding around in what he imagines a submarine looks like, which is probably not at all what a submarine actually looks like. And it's not very good. It's not like a toddler like magnet on the refrigerator bad, but it's like 8th grade heart project bad. He's not very like good at drawing, and then there's notes scribbled on it in Aquan. I don't know if you speak Aquan, otherwise
I speak Aryan, which is just a separate dialect.
Okay. Yes, there's notes on it in Primal.
Quick interjection. It's
not. You said that before, didn't you not?
No. You're correct. The theory is correct. It's just not called Aryan. Aryan is something very different.
That is very different.
I don't. Oh, Orin. I forget what it is.
Orin.
Whatever.
I speak fluent Aryan. It's the best language.
It really should be the only language, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Christ.
But that's what he's drawing.
Guys, don't bully. Ace.
What does it say?
There is just like a few sentences. Hang on just a second. There's just a few sentences scribbled, and it basically is just the like story that Gale told. Like, it almost looks like it actually starts almost like a journal entry. It says like, recently I met a kobold and he told me a story about how him and his friend went in a submarine. A submarine is the thing that goes underwater. It looks like he's just like writing out kind of his story of meeting Gale and what Gale told him about, and then like drawing that story out.
Ace like reads like the first sentence out loud, but when he does, he like speaks with this like very soft woman's voice. It's very airy, kind of like a whisper, like really windy. Not going to attempt to do it at this moment, but
As
like
soon
he
as you
just like
start,
speaks.
as soon as you start reading it out loud, Nordo definitely like nervously looks around at all the other people in the room and like closes it. And he's like, "Oh, it's a little personal.
Oh, my apologies.
That's all right. I didn't mean to pry earlier. I'm just not very good at it yet. Still practicing."
It's very good. I like it.
Brother Bird, don't pry into the man's fan fiction.
I apologize. Sometimes my beak is too big.
It is
That's
just
quite
the
all right.
right size.
What'd you have, Nomad? Or was that it?
I know. So like Nomad, because this place is really echoey. He asks Ace to kind of tone it down very quietly as he says the next thing to him. He's like, "Can you say this in like a whisper?" The Falcones have an airship. That might be another way we can leave this place.
I just telepathically talk back to you. Why don't you just tell everyone in their head?
One by one?
I'm going to have to whisper to everyone one by one. They're so far away. You look at Gale. He's like doing Gale thing.
We'll say this part loudly. Team huddle.
Team huddle.
Team huddle. Team huddle.
Flick pretends to be asleep.
Team huddle.
I have information that might be interesting.
I loom over Flick.
Like, technically, I'm looming over Flick right now because you looming over him is me looming over him.
Yeah,
And it's going
so
to be way creepier if you're looking at him.
Touches his face. So, because I lean over and you're like, your beak is longer than I anticipated.
So you stab me in the face with his beak?
I am sorry.
Basically. Ah!
So it's Elise, Ace, Nomad, Gale, and Toto that are kind of in this group huddle.
What?
The Falcones.
The Falcones have an airship.
Yeah.
They have a what?
Keep it down over there. People are trying to sleep. Like the dead.
Not like the dead.
Come here.
Yeah, come here.
Coming.
Okay, now, I know this is going to be really hard for you, but like, this is a secret.
Oh, I'm real good at keeping secrets. I've got so many secrets under my chest you wouldn't even know about.
I don't, which means you're good at it. So, the Falcone, and he like looks side to side, they have an airship.
Too bad.
So, that's the secret.
Yeah, this might be a way for us to leave this place. If we can somehow attain the airship, though I do not know the risks involved, perhaps someone can find out what's protecting it and how many people are on it.
I'm beginning to think that you didn't think this plan completely through, Nomad.
It's not really a plan, but more of a suggestion.
It's an option at best.
Yes.
All right.
My plan for it is we find the captain, I mind control him, and we take the ship.
And then what after the mind control stops?
We kill him. Simple as that.
Nomad, what did we talk about?
Do not torture people. It is bad.
True.
But these
Okay,
are
as
criminals.
long as we don't torture him, I guess it's.
No, I'm against torture.
Let's just go to sleep. We can talk about this in the morning.
We're not gonna kill him. Hitting the ground after we throw him off the airship is gonna kill him.
This is true. Physics is at fault.
Nothing we can do about that. That's just gravity, man.
Eighth is like he like pulls his little hand out and he's just like pinching the bridge of his nose and just sighs.
We can sleep now.
Okay, we might have to sleep like this though. It may be suspicious if I've been decapitated.
Okay, should I do it? What position do you normally sleep?
He usually sleeps like in your arms, so
Okay. Oh, just like this is fine then. I'll just put my back against the wall because I usually sit like I sleep sitting, which is probably a little weird.
it's perfect.
Do I have eyelids, Feck?
You do. All right. Anyone else doing anything before bed?
I just do some minor tinkering.
Cool. Uh,
Oh yeah. Hey Gale, since you're not sleeping,
Boss got to meditate so he can get his
yeah.
key points back.
Gale, you're not sleeping, right?
Correct.
Right.
I'll
Um.
probably fall asleep at some point, but I don't
Yeah.
know. It's creepy.
The maze eye
sleeping
again.
in-
Fucking why? Stop it! Why? Okay, creative cooling. Anchor the Earth Mine. These are things you could work on. I get it. Okay.
Hey, Nomad, do you think it might be wise if we keep a watch order tonight since Gale is kind of has a bounty on him?
It probably would be wise, yes.
I will keep first watch.
Okay. Let me discuss something with Gale. Since Gale is very good with these stones.
Actually, Gale, does Toto sleep?
No.
Should he keep
Oh,
watch tonight?
Uh, actually, I should double check that
I don't know if he needs to sleep, but he cannot be surprised.
he
Ooh.
can't be surprised. I think he probably does need like an inactive period where he like recharges.
for like 30 seconds a day.
I think it's more like 6 hours.
Oh.
I think he kind of goes. He basically can do a trance. I think.
Probably something like that.
But yeah, Toto will keep watch with everybody that he can.
Yeah. So, I asked Gale what he's tinkering on.
Just something to send a message.
Hmm. Could you
I
show
cut out.
me?
I just cut out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna connect to Gale directly since, like, I don't want to disturb anyone else. The message is simple. He's just curious about the stones, how you use them.
Well, you can use them in a lot of different ways. For Toto, I used him kind of like a power source. They're kind of like his brain.
Or his heart.
Yeah, kind of like both of those. And then the wood and metal kind of make his bones and his muscles.
Hmm. Does your he points at the crossbow thing. Does that have a stone?
It does. It just makes bolts though.
Your leg, however.
Nah, this is just mundane. No stone here.
Does it
Just
move?
basic gravity and physics.
That is much more fascinating than using the stones to move it. I have this. And he pulls up his sleeves. And you see these, like, copper, maybe? Hand jewelry. They wrap around his fingers, go up his wrist and forearm. Another one, the opposite arm, kind of different. More like finger caps that lead into claws. And he says, these have 3 stones in them. I need a 4th one to be put in for full effectiveness, but I'm not quite sure how that's done.
Well, why would you need 4?
As it is now, I can only use it 4 times. With 4 stones, I can use it as many times as needed.
What does it do?
And he flicks a wrist just to show you. I'm going to use one of its charges. And
You can like show it off for free. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he flicks his wrists, and in both of his hands appear just these 2 daggers, and they're glowing slightly, and then they vanish again. A moment later.
So it makes illusory daggers?
They're real daggers, but they vanish after you use them. They're meant to be thrown.
See, that's kind of similar to what my a crossbow does.
Yes, but your crossbow seems to be a better make than these. They are unlimited with only one gem. Mine
Well,
requires 4.
this thing's a little special. I'm using stuff from my home.
You and your friend are quite special. Creating a leg and a gun and a submarine of all things. I've never even heard of submarine before.
I think he actually called it a submersible, but I can't remember.
A submersible.
I don't know. That was all him, though. I don't know how he found the time or managed to do it, but he did.
You made Toto. I think you said his name was Toto. It is not the submersible, but he seems almost alive.
Thanks. He's definitely getting there.
Will he be alive in the future?
I hope so.
Good luck in that endeavor.
Thanks.
Try and get some rest.
I'll try to. Um, if we find an appropriate stone, I can try and fit it into your glove, your jewelry.
I think they are
But-
called hand flowers. I don't know why.
Well, okay. Well, I can try and put it into your hand flower as much as I can, but you've already got 3 in there. This is going to be a tough job.
I realize this, and I wanted to know how difficult it will be. I require. Let me look at what this thing needs. A gray, one gray one. We have exactly what I'm looking for in our inventory, I believe. So we just need the lead powder, I think. Or was it zinc?
Definitely lead.
Nomad doesn't know that yet.
Well, if it's lead powder, there was that one job to go and get some.
Is the lead powder a common knowledge thing that you have shared with Ace?
It's common knowledge for artificers, and anyone who mines it knows what a lot of it is used for. It's pretty well known that lead has a lot of anti-magic properties.
Was there any lead at that old woman's shop when we were making the gunpowder?
You don't remember seeing any there. There
Gotcha.
might have been,
Continue.
but it would have been tucked away. It was not in the open.
But yeah, Nomad nods and says good night or like rest well, and he just goes inactive.
When you nod, Ace like flails a little bit forward with your head.
Don't worry, it's a slow nod. Does
I'm gonna-
everything slow?
Well, Nomad is asleep. Gale is going to take out a screwdriver and stuff, and just as he's tinkering, he's going to walk over to Nomad and try and open him up.
For the record, Ace is keeping watch, and so you're like literally right in front of Ace's face while you're doing that.
That's fine. I'll try and open Ace up too.
Okay. How are you trying to open them up?
I don't know. I'm just looking for his his control panel or something, like a screw hole or something. I don't know. A couple of wording choices that have been made in regards to Nomad that make him sound like he's an automaton and not a mind flayer.
Ace watches for a good few
So-
seconds before going, what are you doing?
I panic and I accidentally stab you with a screwdriver.
Don't stab him.
Also, keep in mind that like when you walked over, I was making eye contact with you the entire time. I've been awake keeping watch, and I'm on top of his shoulders.
You're kind of quiet, maybe. It's like didn't realize.
It's fine. It's...
He got cocked his head to the side. What's going on?
Sorry, I thought he might have been a robot.
No, he doesn't have any like screw panels. I looked.
Do you have any screw panels?
Well, I mean, I don't think so. I really can't see my back, but like when I touch it, it feels like skin.
Do you mind if I check?
He looks down at Nomad and like awkwardly climbs off his shoulders and it turns around and pushes his back towards.
Alright, I'm gonna check Ace for a control panel.
Sure. Give me an investigation check.
Oh god.
I found it, Shank.
God damn.
No.
Also, you will notice that when you're looking through his feathers, he does have like some tattoos underneath his feathers.
Really?
Bitchin'.
Which I'm assuming you probably thought was a screw and just decided to stab it.
That had to be a huge pain in the ass for the tattoo artist.
No joke.
Well, I guess you're clean.
Or do you run into a lot of he looks, he's trying to think of a word. Panels, and he like tries to copy your voice. Do people have a lot of those?
No, not really. Honestly, you guys would have been the first.
What made you think I had a panel?
Well, I didn't. Nothing about you made me think you had a panel, but Nomad talked about his chest cavity, and there's a couple other things just made him sound like maybe he was not actually a mind player. Like he said he was gonna go inactive, and
He just talks weird sometimes. His vocabulary is very different from most people's. It took me a long time to catch on. I also thought that he may have been like, I'm not really sure, honestly. The first time he said inactive mode, I was like, I do not know what you're talking about. But I watched him all night because it was really creepy.
anyways, I guess we should get some sleep.
Okay, I'll keep watching. He just awkwardly climbs back onto Nomad's shoulders and just pulls the trench coat back over himself.
Right, I'm just gonna tinker for a couple more minutes and I'll like curl up next to Toto.
Alright, sounds good. Doing anything particular or just kind of maintaining your stuff?
Maintaining stuff. If I can, and I feel like I have the time to do it, I'd like to put in a little hidden compartment in my leg just to store a couple of like emergency tools.
Yeah, that's
have
fine.
like a hidden panel.
Yeah, you've been working on that for a few nights. It's enough to get just like a little mundane container in there.
Okay. Just like basically enough to keep like 2 or 3 like lockpicks or something.
Yeah. Can do. Alright, so I need Gale, Toto, and Ace to give me perception checks.
Whoop whoop!
Gale is very busy working on his leg. He does that kind of into the wee hours of the night. His eyes start to get droopy. Toto is mostly just staying with Gale. He's got his head kind of cocked to the side. He's looking very curious at the entire project. He's keeping an eye out. He's alert, but he's very focused on what Gale is doing. Every time like a screw comes loose, he kind of chases it around for a bit and brings it back.
Do I need disadvantage because of lighting? I don't know what the lighting is in here.
There's like dim light. There's enough torchlight that nobody's really at a disadvantage here. Ace, however, you hear faintly from the front from the entrance where you initially met the dwarf, that there's some light footsteps, and she seems to kind of go into a side room for a second. And a few seconds after that, almost as if on cue, there's this shuffling sound, like dried branches or rustling grass or something like that. And as you kind of watch, you hear it getting closer and closer, until all at once it stops, and then a thing like jumps out around the corner into the room. You see several of these long vines. They're thin, this dark purple color that have these weird green and purple ivy-like leaves. And this thing just bolts around as if trying to ambush, like it's smart enough to get the jump on all of you. Toto is not surprised. Ace is not surprised. Everyone else is surprised as these things jump in and start trying to make a meal out of you guys. What? Also, I have to drag this so far. I wish they would fix this interface.
Oh no, dragging things so far.
There's like 40 maps, and they're like in a straight line. It's really irritating.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
worst thing.
man.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It is the worst.
Maybe they should have like folders or something.
Right? Folders, or even just like a grid layout instead of just a straight line with a scroll bar would be nice.
Anything.
But yeah, let me go on. Everybody can roll initiative. Everybody is surprised except for Toto and Ace.
I'm going to assume that you once again did not give me my initiative thingy-majig.
Of course not. Why would I do that?
The streak remains unbroken.
I assume that while I was maintaining my equipment, I healed Toto.
Yes, he is full. He is good to go. And also, worth mentioning, Gale, you were awake. If your passive perception is 15 or higher, you are not surprised. But I think you're lower than
I
that.
have 0.
Okay, alright, cool.
Yeah. It's awful. I hate this.
And Nordo, yours is lower than 15 with disadvantage, right?
Yeah, it would be 11 with disadvantage.
Oh God, what the fuck is that sprite? See it looming in the corner.
I know, right? That's what I get for typing out with it. I was making breakfast after a short rest. That's my fault, guys.
Wait, did you make this thing? Is this what happens when Nordo cooks?
Apparently.
This didn't happen before.
It is bread, dried meat, or cured meat, and dried fruit. That's what we're about to fight.
It's fighting foodons.
You all awaken just before sunrise to Nordo creating a monstrosity of breakfast and saying, "We start our days with training."
Alright. Ace, you are very quick to react as you see just the tiny little bit of this vine springing around the corner like a snake leaping towards the group. It starts to kind of pull itself around the archway and into the room. How do you react? You're up first.
Hey,
Okay,
Where are we
can I
in the
see
room?
them for where I'm at?
You can definitely see it just like barely peeking around the corner there. It's about to jump in and get the jump on everybody.
So if I were to like make a sound to wake everyone up, would that have to wait to the talking round, or how'd that work?
No, you can make a loud enough noise to wake everybody up in your turn. That's fine.
I make the shatter noise as loud as I can.
Woo! Okay, yeah, it's about as loud as a lion's roar. Everybody is definitely awake. They're still surprised, but they will be awake when it gets back around to them.
All right. I don't have a good shot from where I'm at, do I?
It's enough for magic, and it's like 3/4 cover. Technically, it takes up a space that you can see. It's definitely 3/4 cover.
What about there?
There you'd have a clear shot. Well, a half cover shot.
All right. I'm just gonna hold my action. I'm gonna hold an arrow knocked for. Well, no shit. Yeah, I get advantage, so I want that. How about here?
They're still half cover. From there, you can see just like a little bit more of this thing.
All right. I'm going to shoot it, and I have advantage. It hasn't attacked. Hasn't moved yet.
That's correct.
I'm assuming it's not humanoid.
It is not humanoid. Or is it?
Well, I need to know.
It's not even.
It's
Oh
dead.
my
Damn.
goodness. Okay, that's all built in. Jesus.
Quick question, because I got off Nomad's shoulders. Does that count as dismounting a mount?
It
Like, how much
sure-
speed did that take?
That takes half of your movement.
So I would probably be like here, or I guess in Gale space.
Yeah, you guys are small, so you and Gale can share a space. Okay, yeah, you let loose, and this thing immediately, the thick vine that had been sent around the corner to kind of like lead the charge, splits in 3 around the arrow as it just travels down the length of this vine. Eventually embeds itself in kind of the thicker stump or the base where it came from.
Is it still alive?
Oh yeah, oh, it's still going.
Shit. Okay. I can't move, so I'm just gonna be here.
All right. Gale is surprised. Flick is surprised. Elise is surprised.
Hey,
Yes.
I'm surprised, but Toto is not.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. He's not on a separate initiative. Toto, go for it.
All right. Toto is going to move to block the door,
Excellent. Okay.
and he's going to take a dodge action.
Good call. All right. Let's see. Da. Okay, this thing is going to have to squeeze, and it is not very fast to begin with. Oh my god, actually, no, it just straight up can't do that. Okay, it is going as far as it can, and then it is going to slam 2 of its vines down into the stone flooring of this temple, and they are going to burst from the ground.
Damn, that's stone ground.
Let's
We
see.
need those vines.
You are awake. It bursts up from the ground over in that corner, and these vines reach out and grab and attempt to entangle you. Is there an instant? There is an immediate effect. I need a strength save from the 2 of you.
Full strength.
Gale is restrained.
Does it have to be strength?
It does have to be strength. Excellent. The 2 of you are restrained. Vasu is surprised. Mr. Peculiar Boy. From around the other corner, you see another series of vines reach past towards Toto, who is dodging, so this is disadvantage. Does a 15 hit Toto?
Yeah, 15 says AC.
Alright, these vines reach around, they grab Toto and start to crush for 11 bludgeoning damage. He is grappled, he is restrained, and you can also see that very, very slowly towards the door. Norda surprised, Moat surprised, we're back to the top. Nomad, you're up. Everybody is done with surprise.
So is the one that's in the doorway the one that I hit initially?
It is, yes.
How bad do these look damaged?
Honestly, it still looks pretty good. You damaged the one big vine that it sent your way, but it's got a few more in the works.
And I can still cast spells and attack, right?
Uh-huh.
Then he is marked,
Alright.
and there's an ally right next to him, right?
Toto is next to him, yep.
Oh, was it my turn?
Oh,
'Cause I
right,
go
yeah,
before
by the way,
Ace.
Ace, you're off by 1. Nomad's up first.
For some reason.
I'll wait until he finishes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get up. It looks weird. It's like I just telekinetically float and then dust myself off. I go like over here. Can I see it?
Definitely. It's taking up, like, most of the doorway. It's very big. But it is just this writhing mass of purplish plant matter with a lot of vines that are angrily trying to force their way in.
Yeah, I ready a spell to cast, and it's like telekinetic. That's a cantrip, and that goes after Ace's turn.
All right, sounds good. Ace puts up a hunter's mark and fires. Unfortunately, that is a critical miss.
God
You would also have disadvantage because of the restraint, but it can't get much worse than that.
Does restraint give you disadvantage?
It does.
Yeah.
Gale, this looks very familiar to you. What would you like to do?
This happened before that.
Shit again.
It's to make a con save, or it's knocked pro.
Oh, right. Good call.
Aw, thanks for waiting.
It does take the force damage. It does not seem to... Like, you shuffle it around a bunch, but it seems just as viable upside down as it does right side up. It doesn't seem affected
It's
by
immune
the
to prone. Gotcha. No, it doesn't take any force damage. It's either prone or force damage.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Is it like mechanically? Is it prone or is it immune to prone?
It is totally immune
It
to
seems
prone.
immune to prone.
Okay, gotcha.
I just turned it upside down. I'm like, it doesn't look any different.
Alright. It's Gil.
Okay. I'm gonna try doing something that is probably somewhat ill-advised.
Do it.
If I take a ranged weapon, like my gunbow, and I hit somebody with it like a melee weapon, does it still have a magic bonus?
It sure does. It's treated as an improvised weapon, but it is otherwise still an attack with a magical weapon.
Okay, cool. In that case, that dude's been real stupid. Actually, I can't because I'm restrained.
I was gonna say, I'm very curious what this is.
Right, that ruins that plan completely. Never mind.
Sorry,
I guess I'll
Gale.
just shoot this fucking thing. I am gonna first, though. I'm gonna bonus action, load in some fire rounds.
Woo!
I'm gonna shoot this thing.
Holy moly, 11.
11.
Nope, don't, he has pack tactics.
You do have pack tactics. That's a 23.
23.
Holy moly. Okay, so is that all piercing damage? And
That is, no, it is 14 piercing and 6 fire.
all right, 14 piercing. The fire catches almost immediately, and it seems to sort of travel in a burst as if it is like a pan that is covered in a thin film of oil. But it does this quick flash of fire, and then it's gone very quickly. It did some damage, but the fire seems to burn through that oil real fast and then go out. It seems resistant to fire.
Troubling.
That's unfortunate. You got me all excited for nothing.
I know, I'm so sorry.
That's fine. Then
I'm also very
for
disappointed by that, I want to point out.
I know, me too. I was gonna go like find a
Imagine
torch and be all cool. I was gonna be like, hey, Feck, is a torch a monk weapon?
Just be a
Torch has gotta be a
tavern
simple
brawling monk.
For the record, surely a torch is a monk weapon.
Yeah, it's definitely simple if it's going to be classified as a.
Alright, anything else again?
Nah, that's it. And Toto cannot take any other actions because I used my bonus for arcane weapon. So he just dodges again.
Alright, sounds good. Flick.
Okay, being rudely awoken, Flick freaks out and a bunch of tentacles seem to appear around the creature in the doorway and attempt to restrain it.
Oh, sick.
It needs to make a strength saving throw. They're spectral tentacles. I don't think I said that part, but they're not real tentacles. They're just
What
kind
the
of
fuck
dead.
is that special effect?
Yeah, what the fuck is cross? This is all so amazing.
When you look it up, you can find out.
Oh, you're a Kraken Warlock. Oh my gosh.
The Kraken Warlock is
I
badass.
didn't even know this was a thing.
I'm pretty sure that's what they do in Critical Role too, right? Isn't he a Kraken?
No,
Warlock?
explain.
Nah, Hexbane.
What?
Kind of Kraken. Well, he was.
Kind of,
It's
but not
worse.
really.
Alright, a hole in this stone flooring. There's just a tiny little pierce, like a hole that's been drilled through it. And then all at once, this brilliant, greenish blue, almost like water, this tiny little
Ooh.
tendril pops up. And then another one and another one until there are hundreds and then thousands that just get themselves all tangled up in these other vines. And there's just this disgusting hentai off going on out in the main hallway. What's your saving throw? What's your DC?
Tentacle on tentacle.
I really need to learn how to calculate this because I'm always not sure. Okay,
It's 8 plus your proficiency plus your charisma.
Yeah, 10 plus your charisma.
Is it 10?
I mean,
Is that-
well,
For right now.
okay,
for
so,
right now it is.
I thought it's
so
yeah.
it's 14. So first one makes it, second one.
All right. So the one in back is good. The closer one is restrained. Is that right? They're grappled. All right. Excellent. This guy is grappled. Anything else?
Don't believe I have any bonus actions I can use just yet. So nope.
All right. Elise. Elise.
I am going to stand up though
all right.
with my movement.
Good call. Elise looks over and sees this whole mess after she stands up. She is going to kind of kneel down on the ground. She slams her sword down into the stone floor, or not her sword, her shield down into the stone floor. You can see the little golden cat on the front of it, the emblem of the winged cat, starts to glow for a moment. Its eyes go green, and then this tiny little beam of green light jumps over to that nearest plant monster. And the entire thing starts to get covered in these weird golden veins or cracks. Like, have you seen the pottery that has the gold filling to cover up like cracks?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It looks a little bit like that, and it goes over its entire body. And she seems to just be kind of waiting and concentrating, doing that.
I don't care who she is. We're gonna follow her to wherever she goes.
She's the BBG.
This thing is grappled.
Don't even
can't
care.
Move. It's going to try to crush Toto, who is still dodging, but is restrained, so it cancels out.
Toto's restrained. Wow.
Yeah, he's restrained by the other one further in. 23 for 15 on Toto.
Oh god.
Alright, much better. This thing is grappled, though, so it can't move, and it's already used its action. That brings us over to Vazu.
Okay, so I didn't fall asleep like prone. Do I gotta spend half of my movement to stand up?
Yes, unless you can give me a compelling reason why you sleep standing up.
Because I didn't sleep standing up, but I fell asleep sitting down. I specifically typed it out in a thingy.
Sure, I'll tell you what.
Like I'm not laying down on my ass. I'm leaning up against the wall.
I'll let
I fell
you
asleep while I was
stand.
meditating.
Yeah, I'll let you stand up for 5 feet of movement. That's fine.
Okay. And then how high are the ceilings?
Vary. Probably 25 feet. It's pretty tall.
Okay, so I can definitely fly.
Oh, absolutely. And the archways are probably
Perfect.
a good 15 feet still.
Awesome. And I don't know if I can actually see any of these guys right now, but I probably recognize this shit too, don't I?
Yeah, you've seen enough of this to know what's going on.
Since these look pretty similar to the vine things that captured
Very,
Galen.
very, very similar.
Okay.
Very, very.
Okay, so I'm going to spend 5 feet to stand up, and then I'm going to fly. I'm pretty much just going to fly up as close as I can toward the ceiling while still being like mobile with my full wingspan and everything. So they were like, is 15 feet high ceilings or something like that, or is it way
25
bigger?
in here, and then the arches are 15.
Okay, so I'm going to fly like 20 feet up, and I'll fly 25 feet over to get into that space. Or I guess 20, since I had to use 5 to stand, so I'll be right there. And then, can I see this? Can I see this guy through the doorway here now?
Yep, totally. You can see there's another one behind him as well.
Okay. Unfortunately, I really can't do a whole lot with a rock at him right now, but that's what I'm gonna do. Like that.
Yeah, unfortunately the rock just goes a little wide, bounces off of the stone wall.
Okay, that's my turn.
Yeah, damn shame. This thing is going to release Toto now that Toto is down, and it is going to just start...
Does
Does that have a repeated
does
Toto?
grappling give advantage? I don't know.
It doesn't, only restraint does. And as far as I know, Grasp of the Kraken is just grappling.
Yeah, it is. As far as I
Alright.
It says grappled, so it's grappled.
And the one in the back is not grappled, and that's the one going currently. Unfortunately, it's very, very slow. It is going to dash feet in this direction, and that is its whole turn.
Wow.
Which brings us to Norda.
Okay, I'm going to spend 20 feet of movement to stand up. I'm going to spend 20 feet of movement to run up over by... run up to... And I'm going to give Flick the help action if I can. Well, no, I have to be next to the monster to give him the help on an attack, don't I?
Yep.
Never mind. Okay, I'm going to run up over here instead. And just huck a spear at the thin assassin mind.
Alright, go for it. Alright, yeah, you grab a spear and you launch it. It flies true straight through the archway. And as soon as it impacts, it slams right into one of these golden veins, and you hear a shattering noise. Go ahead and give me another D8 plus 4.
Really?
I really like Elise, you guys.
I like Elise a lot.
If
I don't
she's
know
evil,
what
I don't
this
even
is,
care,
but it's
guys.
cool as fuck.
She's pretty great.
For a total of 19 damage, this thing starts writhing and reeling in pain. And then all of these golden seams kind of fade away. Elise stands back up. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Moat.
Alright, I will stand up for half my movement, walk over here to Vasu, and I will just reach under my side and pull out one of my chakrams, and I will hold my action to attack it if it gets into, my line of sight.
Sounds good. Brings us back to Nomad.
Right.
Oh, hey,
No,
attack
my-
really quick.
Sure.
I fucked up. I did a melee attack instead of a range. So that should have only been a d6 instead of a d8 for the damage. And also, it should have been 2 lower to hit, if that...
The hit is still good. Just go ahead and roll me 2d6 plus 8.
Sorry about that.
It's all good.
Just gonna
Hey, it's about the same.
Still good.
Cool.
just one less. It's not biggie. And is going to fling his arms outward. The 2 daggers appear in each of them. He throws them both. The one in front of him.
Alright. 21 is good for 8. 21 is good for 5.
And then I'm gonna get kind of back here.
Alright. You guys can see after all of these successful attacks, you're starting to mow through this closer one, the one that's restrained by Flick. Or grappled by Flick. Anything else? Brings us to Ace.
I'm going to draw my bow, and I'm just going to wait for someone to come within sneak attack range so I can... I'm assuming since Soto's down, I don't get sneak attack from him.
Correct, and also because you have disadvantage, because you are restrained.
Do I not get sneak attack if I'm disadvantaged?
Not unless you have some way to cancel it out with advantage.
Fuck. Okay, and then instead I'm going to use my action to... I'm going to turn to Gale, get yourself free, and I'm going to use my help action to help him try to break free of the...
Alright, sounds good. Gale, you're up. You have help if you want to try to break free.
Well, I'm actually not doing too bad,
It's fine, dude, you want...
but
Because you guys are like right next to each other in initiative, Ace, if you want to use your action to break free, you can do that instead.
With Toto down, though, I actually think I will take Ace's help and try and break out.
All right, go for it. That is a DC 14 athletics or acrobatics.
Can't be like Arcana or something.
I'm afraid not. With the help action, that is plenty. You're able to pull yourself free of these vines.
Great, and that was my main action.
Yep.
So
Get out of here!
run over here. Man. This might be a mistake, but Ace just helped me, so I'm going to spend my bonus action casting Sanctuary on Ace.
All right, sounds good. All right, right before Flick goes, there is a flash of light that suddenly engulfs the one that is more injured. You hear some spell casting coming from behind it. Unfortunately, that DC is very low. It does take it, though. You do see that some radiant light starts to engulf the more injured vine. It seems like somebody beyond it is trying to attack it. But that takes us to Flick.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast.
Hell yes.
On the one that's closer that I can see, obviously.
Yep, it's got a little cover because you're shooting through people and around a weird corner, but still an open shot.
I guess I can move then.
Yeah, if you go up kind of by Gale, you'd have a better shot.
Here better, you said?
You'd need to go like either here or one up from there. These are tall pillars that go all the way floor to ceiling. Yeah, that's a good shot. Clean shot.
Okay, and I fired already. It's a 15.
15 is a hit for 6 force damage. It's still up, but you've gotten almost all of these things kind of mowed down. The one behind it looks good. It just looks like it's having trouble getting in to do anything.
Okay, and I don't have bonus actions currently, so I'm good.
Alright. Let's see. Elise... She doesn't know how this works. She's going to come up and she's going to try healing this thing. Do you know if this... Actually, no, she knows that it doesn't work on constructs. Just kidding. She's going to come up and she's going to take the...
Does it specifically not work on constructs?
Healing word and cure wounds specifically say undead and constructs. I think. Let me go double check that.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, I think so too.
Only few spells.
Healing word does say no constructs.
Yeah, so does cure wounds. Alright, so she'll just dodge there, which brings us to Mr. Thin. Unfortunately, her dodge doesn't do that much because there's a bunch of fun targets in range. 1, 2, Vasu, you're flying. That's a real pain.
Yeah, isn't it?
You said you're like 15 feet up?
20.
20 feet up. Alright, this is on Gale then. Some vines shoot down into the flooring, snake their way under Elise, and burst up around you, Gale. Oh boy, for a 22.
No!
And as these vines wrap themselves around you and start to constrict, you feel tiny, almost invisible bristles poking into your skin, and they immediately start to itch and burn. You can feel some sort of poison seeping in. Vazu, you're up.
Okay. Sue is angry and ballsy, so he's going to fly down right next to Elise here. This is going to be a spear attack on the front guy. God damn it, Vasu!
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just a mess of tendrils. Some of theirs, some of Flick's. You're not able to get a clean shot. It's swept to the side.
What the fuck am I supposed to stab at? There's too much going on over here. Bonus action, try to kick it.
Alright.
Really do.
Oh, 15 will do it. Is that all fire damage?
The silence
I didn't-
is still.
I didn't see them in character be resistant to it, so that's just what I'm gonna go for this turn.
Fortunately, 3 is just enough. You kick this thing square in the center of its like body mass, and the fire, although brief, does burn down to the tips of each of its vines, and the entire thing begins to crumble into this weird purple ash.
Am I free from the vines then?
Yes, it does have to concentrate. So those vines go away, and Gale is released.
Hey, I'm helping. We didn't get a short rest off before this, did we?
No,
Like we got interrupted.
You're about to, but it's been interrupted so far.
Okay, so then I'm actually going to, if you'll allow me, I'll burn a key point to do another unarmed, make it a flurry. I'll go over and punch this guy too.
Yep, go for it.
And unfortunately, I still don't have reason to believe that my fire is less effective than it should be, so here we go.
I mean, you saw that hit. You saw that it flashed kind of quick, but, you know. Here we go, 15 for another 4.
If you want to just make that slashing damage, then be the same dice.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
you're trained in combat.
That's up to you how generous you want to be.
No, that's fine. You're trained in combat. I generally rule that, like, when you're up close, you can tell when something is not as effective.
So yeah, that'll be 9 slashing then.
Alright,
Instead of 5.
solid hit. That brings
My
us to this boy. And you're right here, which is very convenient. His meal comes to him. This is going to be on you, Vasu.
Oh no. That's a miss.
That's a damn shame. I missed Doom Dice. Why did I get rid of Doom Dice?
You did?
Yeah, I should have kept those. I liked those. Okay. It is going to... Yeah, it sees that you have reached 5 feet this way. And that brings us to Moat.
I think you skipped me by mistake there.
Oh shit, Wait, where are you?
Yeah, you definitely did.
I pulled my token off the board accidentally. My initiative is 5.
Gotcha, okay. Then
I'll
yeah,
roll it again here in a second.
yeah, just remind me
now
that you're 5.
Very good. I'll put it back in there. I run up. Just enough movement to run up here, pick up my spear where it's laying on the ground from next to that other guy. Step into this because I don't know if it's going to hurt me or not.
They seem to ignore you as you come through it.
Oh, that's good. And then I take my spear and stab this mofo.
Uh, 18 is good for 5 piercing. You're working on it. It's a lot to mow through, but, you know, you're making progress. 13 is good for another 6 bludgeoning.
Yep, just a spear into it and then an elbow by the side of it. Just working on it slowly but surely.
Alright, that brings us to Moat.
Alright. Well, I can't, with my movement, get into that room, so I will just step right...
You would know that that does go to the same hallway.
It does?
Yep.
I mean, either way, it's going to be the same thing, so it doesn't really matter. I will step right up here, and I will try to throw my chakram at it.
Alright. A little bit of cover because you're shooting through people, but... Oh no, actually Vasu's up in there, so you're fine. 20 for 7. Yeah, it catches 2 of these things and just slices straight through like butter.
Cool, that is it.
Nomad.
Right. Let's try and get like over here. I think I can get. Yeah. And I'm gonna try and fling 2 more daggers at it.
All right, you are shooting through a couple people, so a little bit of cover here, but fire away.
Gotcha. Well, here goes.
14 and 13 unfortunately both miss because of the cover, which is a damn shame.
Oh, was he not flying?
Vasu is, but Moat and Elise are not.
Oh, alright, Moat and Elise are there.
Yep. So the two knives, they both just get kind of smacked aside. One brushes off of the bit of Moat's pauldron. The other slams into the wall at the corner next to Elise.
Then they vanish. They phase away.
Yeah, they kind of fizzle. Anything else?
No, that's it for now. I'm gonna stand here. Nah, I have movement actually. Let's see. I was here. I can go back a little, I guess. I don't want to get hit by a vine. I'll go here.
All right. Perfect. You left its range.
Yeah.
I had to double check. As you leave its range, it does send one angry vine. You have cover because it is also attacking through people, so you have a +2 to your AC for this.
It's gonna hit with a nat 20. Oh, that's fine. Let's see. My AC is 130. I'm gonna shield. There we go.
All right, shield blocks it. You're good. Now it is up.
I can like step into Moat Square, fire, and then move out of it, right?
Yeah. Not rules as written, but I allow it because, fuck that shit.
Okay, and I don't have disadvantage or anything, and I have sneak attack from Nordo.
I'll say that because it's like a real big open room, no, normally you would have to squeeze. So if you ever try to do this in like a cave or something, you would have to squeeze for it. But here you're fine.
Okay, so I'm going to bonus action move my mark to this guy.
All right.
And then I'm going to shoot at.
All right, fire away. Oh my god. Calm down, Ace. Holy shit. Okay, that's another 15,
That's a lot of damage.
21,
That's 3 nat
33.
20s from Ace session.
Yeah, holy shit. 33 more damage.
Fuck this guy.
Oh, yeah. You actually, like, 3 of these tendrils all come flying your way. You fire one shot that pierces through all 3, and they all rip off, like the... what is that one boss in Mario Sunshine? The squid dude. And they
The big blooper thing.
Yeah,
Big blooper, I think
yeah,
it's
they
the
get pinned to the stone wall behind, and all 3 are just kind of wriggling around.
So, yeah, I'm assuming I can't stay in the space since he's not a small creature.
Right, right.
Whenever I saw Nomad move, I saw his range, so if I moved here, I would still be within his range and not be attacked by attack of opportunity.
Yep, and you also know that it already has used its reaction.
Oh, true. Okay. That's all my movement, though.
The name is Gooper Blooper.
Actually, I'm going to move up here.
There you go.
All right, Gale's up.
Well, I'm not in great shape, but we'll move forward. Can I see this thing from here?
You can. There's lots of people in the way, mostly Moat and Elite, so it'll have a little cover, but you can definitely see it.
Well, might as well get some use out of this arcane weapon. So, shoot it.
8, unfortunately, no good. Just too much going on. Oh, right, pack tactics. I always forget. 12, still a miss, unfortunately.
That's fair. And that's all I got.
All right, let's see. This thing is going to do another one of these. Whew. Heavy damage.
It takes it.
Another brief flash of light singes away at just a tiny bit. One of the flowers at its side brings us back to Flick.
Okay, I'm gonna move. Like squeeze through everybody. Excuse me, pardon me. God, you're in the way.
Also,
to
Vasu's in
here.
the air, so he's not in your way.
Oh, well, I'm gonna stand underneath Vasu. I know that's too close. I need to get over.
This is a real clusterfuck.
Hey, come on, get over there. Okay. Then I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast again because that's my best option right now.
Here, I'm gonna... In a wall. You're behind Nordo.
Thanks.
There we go. 19 is good for another 8 force. This thing is very worn down, but it is still fighting.
Could I say that I moved into Gale space, or is it too late for that?
That's fine. Alright, Elise sees that blocking is not doing jack shit, so forward under Vasu. She is going to stab. Uh, 15 just hits, and then she is going to back out to make a little room. And that brings us to Dead Guy, which brings us to Vasu. Vasu, no, you were not grappled. That's right, you got out of that.
Nope, fucker missed me.
Alright,
So I'm just gonna swoop back down in range and take another attack at it.
16 is good for 1. Is there more to that?
I don't know what that
Can't
is.
be right.
That can't be right. Or
But
is it supposed to
like,
just be that
like on,
sunflare?
yeah, I don't know what that first roll
It's
was.
a 0
I don't know
to
why it doesn't
0.
have a name.
Alright, we're gonna ignore that first one, because I don't know what it is.
Okay.
20 for
I don't
10.
know where that came from either. Sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, 20 is a good hit. This thing is barely hanging on.
I'm gonna kick it.
Kick it real good. 14 hits, and 6 is enough to finish this thing off, put it down. You can see it rapidly decays and starts to wilt away into this purple-brown, kind of like tobacco leaf almost. The other one has already started to disintegrate very rapidly, leaving behind very few traces. This one is still kind of rapidly decomposing. And as things settle down, you do see that just on the other side of this hall, there's an acolyte in a battle stance. She's been casting these sacred flames, and another one runs around the corner after hearing the commotion and asks, "What's going on? What are those?"
Is it possible while they're like kind of disintegrating still to cast a divine sense?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Also, I'm gonna run out with Nordo too to see if there's any. You said that someone was healing.
Divine Sense does not return anything unusual to you.
Okay.
You do learn that this place is consecrated.
Okay.
But yeah, nothing else pops up that is terribly unusual. There is a... there specifically... actually, I'll whisper that to you. That could be pertinent for later.
Hot.
You said earlier that there is someone healing the plants, right?
No. So there are these two acolytes across the hallway who were sacred flaming. They were attacking the plants.
Gotcha. Are there any tracks on the ground?
Give me a survival check.
I will assist you.
Alright. You can either roll separately or one with advantage.
My survival's 5.
Mine is 6. I'll do with advantage. Or I'll just do one and you do one, I should say.
You okay? Blech.
Ace, even with a 9, you're able to see that these things clearly came in just straight through the front door. And the acolyte's like, I don't know what happened. I was only gone for a moment. I was just using the restroom. They must have snuck in when I turned around. Nordo, you're able to follow them out and a little bit farther. And you can see that they came around the corner of the building, and then there is a series of tracks that leads up to the side of the crater, and then straight up the side of the crater.
So they seem to have came down the side of the crater towards us.
Right. Seems to be the case.
How old did the track? Does it look like they like paused for a while, or do they look like they just came straight here without stopping?
For you, a little hard to tell. With Nordo, it looks like they kind of carefully made their way down the side of the crater, waited for a good long time, and actually with the 21, you can tell that for most of that time, they were burrowed. There's some earth that is a little bit freshly tilled. They did a surprisingly good job of not leaving a lot of evidence behind. It seems bizarre to you that they have covered their tracks so well.
Okay.
But
I don't want to be that guy. But as a ranger, I get to know their exact number, their size, and how long ago they passed through the
That's
area.
true. That's true. Now, definitely remind me because I will forget. Then yes, you would be aware that there are exactly these two of them, and that they have been waiting for probably 3 or 4 hours, shortly after you guys got here and started settling in. And Nordo,
When you
kinda,
say here, do you mean like in the temple or just in town?
right behind the, like right around the corner of the temple. It seems like they've
No,
been.
you said like 4 hours before we settled in. Do you mean settled in the temple?
Right, yeah, settled into the temple.
And just to be clear, from what I can tell, it looks like they came from outside the city somewhere.
Yeah, between his ranger abilities and your 21 survival, you gather that what happened is they came down sometime in the evening, the late evening, shortly after you guys arrived at this temple, burrowed just around the corner to stay hidden, and then they popped out and slid in through the front door and attacked.
Gotcha. Well, little orc, I think it might be more evidence to the fact that we need to get out of this town as soon as possible.
Affirmative. Also, I assume this is entirely an orcish between
Of
us.
course.
Sorry, do you know what these things are?
Do we know?
Like
Does anyone in this
before.
group know what these things are?
Can I
I've
make
seen them.
a nature check to figure out what kind of plants go around attacking people in the middle of night?
Would this be anything I could make a religion check for?
Oh, he's beer bead.
He's getting ice. I can hear it.
Is it for Diet Coke?
Maybe a Diet Coke and whiskey. I don't know.
Huh?
The
It
world
should
may
be
never know.
I haven't heard you say much of anything, Masu.
Yeah, we haven't heard you in a while.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Matt.
Hello?
Hey, there you go.
I hadn't been saying a whole lot. I did just mention that Gale and I had seen these before when someone asked if we knew what these were.
Gotcha.
Because aren't these the things that attacked us on like the salt flats?
Yeah, looking them over, they appear to be very similar, if not the exact same thing.
Yeah, I asked if I could identify them.
Sure, give me a nature check.
Walking plants. They eat meat sometimes.
Yeah, you know that there are definitely, like, sentient plant creatures. You know that that is a thing that is real. You don't recognize this one. You don't know if it's native. You don't know if it's not.
Do they have brains?
Sort of. They have enough. I'll go with yes. They have intelligence. It's probably not technically a brain, but for your
Eat it.
that's okay. I see where this is going now. Let me go see if this thing can be eaten.
It's
Did you
less
say it
about
was disintegrated?
it's less about me eating their brains for their memories, but more about like, can I have a vegetarian option?
What's your int requirement to eat a brain?
8.
No. They have a semblance of intelligence, enough to just like survive and chase prey. And maybe a little more than that, based on some of the sneaky behavior that Nordo and Ace saw outside. But
So
they're
with
not
his
quite that
soy.
intelligent. Yeah.
It's the tofu of brains. Does tofu have
Hey.
any nutrients?
Hey, Nordo.
What's up, little orc?
Do you think we should follow these tracks for a while and find out where they came from?
Well, I don't know if we should do that tonight, but probably not a bad idea when we leave here in the morning.
I just don't know how this terrain handles footprints, so I don't want them to disappear in the night.
Oh, I understand, but it must be, I don't know, 2, 3 in the morning at this point. I think we need to finish up our night of rest and then pursue this in the morning.
Yeah, Ace like involuntarily yawns. Yeah, I see what you mean.
If it was a little closer, I'd say we keep following them, but it goes up the crater and off into the salt flats, presumably. So
Yeah,
we'll
my
be
eyes
gone
aren't so
for a
good at night.
long journey.
The Acolyte does chime in. I mean, sometimes we get critters, especially being so close to the crater's edge and there's not a lot of other buildings around. We get coyotes and the occasional bullet. We're equipped to deal with these sorts of things. I've never seen anything like this before.
This seemed premeditated.
I don't know about that. I mean, it could have just been a hungry thing looking for the closest meal.
Whenever they did attack, did they go after Gale specifically when they entered? Did it seem that way?
Guess give me a wisdom check.
Just a raw wisdom?
Sure.
While he's doing that, do these have any kind of like religious significance to me?
Give me a religion check.
Crit!
Ace, with your fucking 4th crit of the night. It does seem a little pertinent to you that the only 2 people that got attacked, apart from Nomad, which was an opportunity attack, were Gale and Vasu.
So they seem to be focused. Okay, gotcha.
I'm so sorry to give you nothing on your first decent religion roll. These don't have any sort of religious significance that you can remember at all.
It'd be that way.
Give me an Arcana check, though.
Me?
Yep.
Interesting.
Perfect.
There it is.
There we go. We're good. We're back on track. Perfect.
Do you have a negative int score?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That explains some.
I don't know if I could play a dumb character. You do. I'm not going to lie.
It's
Your
fun.
Kai character is on point.
My favorite part about Moat is his constant asking questions that require int checks, even though he has a -1, because I feel like it's so in character.
It is.
Here's
I
the
really
deal.
You
appreciate
need to see his character Kai. His character Kai is on a whole nother level.
Moat has no idea that he's an idiot. There's just no way around it.
Just
He
Kai.
thinks that he knows things.
Kai
Alright.
is special.
Hey, Gale, Vasu. Also, like, you would notice that, like, at first he's like talking, you notice his voice before he shakes his head and switches back to his normal voice. I have a question for you.
Okay, shoot.
You said you saw these things before. It looked like they were specifically going after you two.
That seems a little ridiculous. They're plants.
Yeah, well, it also is ridiculous that plants would go into a temple and attack people in the middle of a city when there's plenty of other places to go.
Are the rest of the priests here okay? Or are they dead?
When
Did all the lights go off? Oh, there they go. Okay, wait. Okay.
A couple of the
What-
acolytes go check all the rooms, and they, it takes them 5-10 minutes to check on everyone, but no, we're all okay. Everybody was off, either sleeping or in a different area. It kind of seemed like they just waited for me to leave the doorway and then came in.
It would be very unwise for a predator to attack a room full of creatures rather than going to one room with one creature. This seems, as I said, premeditated.
Also, to Ace's credit, we went and followed their tracks outside, and these creatures came from outside Salt Bowl, somewhere along the Salt Flats, came all the way to this particular temple for something. So I don't think that this was just some random attack.
Quick question for you, Feck. So, did they come directly here, or did they come from a side area and kind of wiggle the way down?
As best as you can tell with Nordo's help, it kind of seems like they approached the edge of Salt Bowl, dropped down in the safest path that they could find, buried themselves underground, waited for a time, and popped up. In other words, it doesn't look like they wandered a whole lot.
So, right about here.
Yeah, something in that ballpark.
Okay. Whenever we were looking up around this area, did we see where the tracks were going?
It looks like they kind of got to the bottom, dug a hole, and then popped out when they were ready. Again, that they didn't really have a lot of diversions or wandering.
Above the crater.
Oh, I don't know. That's like a 600-foot climb. You'd have to go check that.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's a good way up.
Gotcha.
You guys can do that if you want. You're about two-thirds of the way through the night.
I am not, because I have been on watch.
Yeah, I'd say we look into this more in the morning as
Sounds
part of our
good.
conversation about where we're headed from here.
Does someone want to keep watch for the rest of the night? I kind of need to get some shut eye.
I'll stay up. I got a good amount of sleep, and I was gonna get up and start meditating and making breakfast pretty soon anyway.
Much appreciated.
Same. I will continue resting, but I will stay up.
I'm gonna finish repairing Toto, and then I'm gonna alarm the room.
Ace like curls up in Nomad's lap and just kind of passes out.
Can I help with breakfast, Norda?
Sure, I could use some help if you got enough sleep already.
Oh, I'm good to go.
All right. The rest of the rest does go uneventfully.
Hey, Mo.
What's up?
You still on board with, traveling with these people? It's not too late, I suppose, for us to cut and run and find our best way to the rip of the world. It sounds like we might be headed there anyway, but if everyone else is intent on heading elsewhere, I understand that. I'm here to help you on your mission, so if we need to get going, we can get going.
I'm gonna be honest here. I do have a strong desire to get to the rib of the world because I've got to get that done as fast as I can. But I know that at least Flick knows something that could help you, and I don't know if I could live with myself if I left that behind. So I'm good to travel with these guys until we get what we need.
Understood. Well, I appreciate that, and I also hope. It sounds like they'd all be willing to help us on our journey anyway, so might all just work out for the best. I apologize for getting involved in Gale's affairs earlier. I just, well, his story hit a little close to home for me, as I'm sure you understand, so I wanted to help him as much as I could.
Oh yeah, trust me, I get it. And besides, there's nothing to apologize for. We took out Coyburn, we took out Laughing Jack. As soon as I can report back in, I'm sure the Order's gonna be ecstatic with me. We're good.
I'm sure we've done some good in this little time we've had here on Ajabiata, so hopefully we can get a move on here pretty soon.
Tipping the scales in the right direction. We got this.
Just go back to cooking. If anyone spends hit dice, add a bonus +1 health to whatever you roll.
You're not sure where she has gone, but when you wake up, there is a meal waiting for you. And it is signed "Made with Love." You'll see. And you can each add a d6 if you spend any hit dice.
Aw.
Also, Nordo, give me a cooking check.
Learn her secrets.
With advantage because I'm helping.
Are you? What's your base wisdom, or are you good at cooking?
Neither.
No, absolutely
He's
not.
trying to lie his way into another check with the blacksmith.
Who needs proficiencies when you can just lie?
It's worked for me at least once.
Oops, that's not right. It's not unskilled. That should be
What day of the week is it?
+2. So it should be
So
7.
seven, okay. It's not your best meal. You're a little bit light on rations, but you think you've done a good job. You're a good cook. You know how to make good food, even with shitty ingredients. As
And for whatever it's worth, I don't know what that roll's about, but I don't do any I don't make a fire or cook really. I'm mostly just putting together dried and prepared food.
Sure. Is there anything in particular that you're making?
What I wrote down earlier was bread and cured meat and dried fruits, like maybe some raisins or just like dried fruit, whatever I have, but no actual specifically cooking. So
Okay,
if I can do that and still get the bonus,
You're making sandwiches
pretty much.
and a veggie tray.
pretty much.
Vasu and Gale, it's pretty decent. It's nice to have something that isn't just loaded in salt for the first time in a few days. Granted, he made food yesterday too, and it was pretty good. Pretty decent food. Moat, Ace, and Flick. It's not good. It's got this weird texture to it. It's too tough. It's almost flavorless. It's like chewing cardboard. Moat, you have never in your entire time traveling with Nordo tasted anything that he has cooked that has tasted this bad before. It's just totally flavorless.
Am I still asleep?
Everybody's awake at this point.
Okay.
What is this, Nordo? Never tasted anything quite like it.
Oh, it's well, to be real honest with you, I don't have a cook fire here in this temple, so I just kind of put together some ingredients from the box. It's
You say
probably-
something about needing a fire? Oh, I can help you out with that.
Well, no, I didn't want to start a fire inside of this temple. I feel like we've already overextended our welcome, and potentially they think that we brought dangerous monsters into their temple. So I just felt like we should go as quick as possible, not spend too much time on the cooking. I do apologize if it isn't up to standards.
It's absolutely delicious, and I love it.
Did you say that I found it gross too?
Make it a deception check mode.
Yes, Ace.
Listen, I lived with literal orcs. I don't know what their cooking is usually like, and I've also lived with Nomad, and I'm sure he's tried cooking me a meal at least once. So on a scale of 1 to Nomad to 10, how bad is it?
I made you grass.
I had a vegetarian stage. It was really bad.
Yeah, like you've eaten Nordo's cooking for the past 2 nights, and it's been really good. Like not like super amazing, super good, but it's been really good, like above average, better than you get at most restaurants. And today it's just like eating cardboard. It's not the same.
Nordo, I gotta be honest with you.
What's with that, little orc?
You're an amazing cook. Every night, my belly full. You need a fire. I won't lie. I won't lie to you.
Fine.
I
Oh, you're
won't lie to
talking
you.
Orchid.
Little orc, I appreciate your honesty. There was a kobold down the street trying to sell me a pot that warms up without a fire. I was thinking about investing in that, but for just this kind of morning.
I think
Honestly, I think that would be a good thing. You're a great cook. I appreciate your meals before.
Just working on limited means for this meal. I do apologize. Hope it still at least fills your belly for a day's travel.
My belly's full. But if you want, we can stop by that place, see if we can get that pot. I feel like it fits you, you know?
Well,
If
at
by
this point,
we
I think
you
we're
mean
better
like-
off leaving this town. As much
Very
as I
true.
would fancy the pot, I think I would fancy more not getting attacked again by gangsters or monsters or any other kind of trouble.
Much obliged. I respect that, but there's a shop in town I wanted to peruse. Magic items are hard to come by, especially out here in the Salt Flats. Might be beneficial to our travel.
I, for one, think we should get out of town and do it immediately, but I won't stop you if you want to shop.
Perhaps we should bring this up with the group.
I assume this conversation is with everyone around.
Yeah, everybody's
I was doing an orc. When I started talking to you, it was
Oh,
purely
right, yeah, I forgot.
orcish.
Anytime Ace and Ordo talk.
It's also literally in your own voice. I'm like talking to you in your own voice.
Right.
That's strange. I just got used to it.
Well, should we be on our way? Ace here would like to stop by a shop. I guess we passed on the way here, but I think besides that, we should get going before it gets any later.
Have we decided on a place we're going to go yet, and how we're going to get there? Also, I do switch the comment at next point since we're talking to the group.
Well, I know that Moat and I would be much obliged if y'all would aid us in our journey to the River of the World. I'm sure we would owe you all quite a favor. And Well, it sounds like either way, probably heading towards that port town's our best bet, no matter where we're going next.
Definitely seems like it.
So perhaps towards Thorn Grove for now, and then from there to either the Rib of the World or wherever else.
So Norder notices that usually Ace sticks really close to Nomad, but like this morning he's like kind of chilling really close to Nordo.
They have bonded. This is great news. I am so excited. It's so nice to see him making more friends.
I give Ace a little pat on the head.
He like gets flustered for a second, like blushes a little bit before like kind of like perking up his chest again and then trying to do that orc like pride he has.
I'll be right back real quick.
So if we're heading to the port, how are we gonna like survive?
We do have a little wagon, I suppose. We need water. We need provisions. We need
If we were to
way-
travel by wagon, how far of a travel would it be?
Yeah, by wagon. How?
Hey, don't worry,
are-
guys. I got the food taken care of.
Excellent.
So-
How are our birds?
With a caravan, you get about a hex a day. Sometimes less, sometimes more, just depending on the terrain.
So about 3-4 days.
Something in that ballpark.
Could also ask the guy with the navigator's tools.
Who's that? Who has navigator's tools?
Me.
We didn't know you had those. Okay.
I've used them like twice.
He has used them before to do the star stuff when we were traveling through the desert, I'm pretty sure. Because he was
Star
like, the
stuff.
moon!
The moon.
Mostly I was trying to figure out why I was so far away from the ocean, but you know.
So what's the plan? Nomad and I are good with sticking with you guys for a while. If you guys are accepting of our company.
I mean, if no one has any pressing matters, I've got to get to the Rib of the World, like as fast as I can.
We would like to assist you in that matter.
It sounds like a fun excursion.
Real quick meta talk. Did Nomad ever share what he heard from that like job board Kenku talking about some people
He did.
going with a cart toward Thorngrove or whatever?
He did last
He
I
did?
recall, at least. Yeah.
Okay.
As a
So, yeah,
recap, what was that though?
None of your business.
I was
Also-
talking to my brother.
As another recap, where was my next contract at? I don't remember.
Your next contract was in a place called Larval Fin, and he marked it on the map over here.
Oh, okay.
I don't
okay,
like it. Has the word larval in it.
is that close to where I'm from? I can't really tell because the map's kind of black.
It's in roughly the same direction. Give me a history check real quick to see if you've heard of it. I know, I'm so sorry. Never heard of it, but it's in kind of the right direction.
Do I have any idea of any part of the world? Because I see just blackness.
You have whatever I sent you on that initial map. Like I sent
Yeah,
you.
but it was really small. I don't know what part of the world it's in.
I mean,
Oh, I see it.
We had traveled at least to like more than just 2 islands.
yeah, like
Nah.
if you guys take a second, which I assume you're doing while you're talking about traveling, all of you can kind of piece together like, oh, I know that this is here and this is here and this is here, and that will give you about.
Almost the whole map.
It'll get you a lot of the map, especially between Flick and you'll see, surprisingly, who has a very very thorough knowledge of the world, especially in Willingquit and westward.
Is this where I'm from?
I'd have to double check, or you'd have to double check. One of us.
Fuck.
I know, I'm so sorry.
That is lost in messages, long past.
I know, it's very, very, very far away.
It's called the search function.
Very inconvenient. You can't search it. Well, I guess you could.
And then Gale would know that Saznak is kind of like, somewhere over here somewhere, but doesn't really know exactly where.
Yeah, I have very little understanding of the exact location. Being underwater for what, 2 months?
Yeah,
Will
not that
do
great.
that. To
How
you.
did you survive?
Mostly on LJ and
Hey, fact, yeah.
Seaweed.
Isn't my part of the map like literally right here?
Algae?
It's right here. It's right here.
Is that how you got your
We're
air
good.
as well?
Nomad and I came from here, I think.
Heck, this might be a meta question. Is this the same Unmirage?
No. I just had to reuse the name
Okay.
because I love it, and I hate that we never went
It's
there.
it's a real good name, and I was mostly curious because if we go to Unmirage, I definitely have to do like a cameo of Solange. And if,
That I might be able to make that happen.
I terraformed that place. I'd like something to do with it.
But no, it is not the same.
aw,
Let's find the pyramid with like a bat on it.
All right. So what is the immediate goal? Where are you guys going?
Thorngrove, I think.
I want to go to the magic shop so badly.
Well, that too. Yeah, we're going shopping while we're still in
All
town,
right.
I think.
Is that the first?
With
plan?
what money? Flick hasn't like split the money yet.
We have like 379 gold as a party.
Is it in the prelude?
Can I, before we leave the temple, hunt that dwarf down that was here last night?
Sure. Easy enough to find him.
I just approach him and I was kind of like, hey, I know this doesn't really mean much, but Adra appreciates your assistance, and I hand him 5 silver.
Thank you. Donations always appreciated. Keeps the place running. Keep doing the God's work. I know.
Do any of the rest of us see this?
I'm not being sneaky.
Yeah, it's probably pretty obvious. He's got a big
And,
booming voice too. It kind of echoes through the halls.
Yeah. When he says, keep doing the God's work, I say, of course, you as well.
He gives a nod and he kind of just like doesn't even realize he's doing it, but he kind of pats his warhammer a couple times.
Where's my gold stored at? Is that inventory?
Yeah.
Usually, yeah.
Never mind, I'm broke.
All right, you guys start making your way back over towards that magic shop, or do you want to split your gold first?
I'm gonna give the guy a copper.
Thank you. Bless you too.
It's not a lot, but it's all I have.
It's every bit counts.
I missed the whole conversation, but I do advocate for splitting up the party gold. If that's what we're
Yeah.
Yeah, pay me, damn it.
I'm
All
going
right.
to do it right now. I've got my calculator.
I'm assuming that also does Flick still have the 200, the quote unquote 200 gold?
Flick, that's kind of up to you. It was originally your bounty. You had help completing it.
He had 300, pocketed 100, and then he said he'd split 200 with us.
And then he spent 40 of it to get the rope, so now he has 160 left.
So you're contributing 160 to the party with it? Or are you just keeping it? It's up to you.
I'll give it to you guys, but I don't need a portion of that. My 40 was my portion of it.
I'm just going to keep it simple and add 160 and then divide
Okay.
it between all of us.
That's fine.
Important question. Do we want to have a party fund? Or just like general purchase stuff like maintaining the wagon and horses and that sort of thing?
You could probably do that.
Good
That sounds fine with me.
idea. We leave all of the silver and copper in the party fund for silly little day-to-day expenses like that and split the gold between us.
That seems like a wise decision.
There's currently 160 silver and 160 copper, which is, I feel like, more than enough like wagon maintenance for travel and, basic necessities, rations and such.
Perhaps we should convert the copper into silver so it's not so heavy.
Well, right. I just mean.
I think that's quite wise.
Can I get like a turtle shell backpack?
Each person receives 67 gold pieces.
Ooh. Thank you.
Okay, Nomad, it's time for some Reginald action. Except when he said
Yes.
Reginald, he was like, Reginald.
Yes. Time to form Reginald.
I like to imagine that like Power Ranger music happens every time we form it, and it's just like super intense for no reason.
All right. Go and give me your unskilled disguise check, Ace, and Nomad, give me your performance.
Hold on, hold
How
on,
you
hold
doing, you will?
on. What am I rolling again?
Just int, I think.
Oh, can
I
it
join
please
you
be
both?
in? Because if it's going to be charisma, this is going to be real shitty.
Sure, int is fine.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. You guys are making your way to the magic shop. You've split your money. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you guys are heading your way over, when you get to kind of the entertainment district, especially along this road here, you are greeted by the smells of breakfast meats, sweet food, rolls, cinnamon rolls, and Elise doesn't say anything, but her eyes light up and she runs over to a stall, and she just puts up a finger to the rest of the group like she wants to go grab some food.
Okay. I connect with her mind and I'm like, okay, let us go. She just wants some food.
I won't be quick. The food this morning was it was okay.
She appreciated the food this morning. That's what okay means, right?
I give her
Elise
a
is
smile and a
she's
nod.
still hungry. We must acquire more sustenance.
I like how
She
we're
is
going
a
through
growing girl.
2 layers of telephone here. It's great. She does go very quickly, and she hurries back, and she has these 2 or 3 like long, flaky. It almost looks like a crepe that's been rolled into a tube, and there's some sort of like fruit filling in there, and she just like fucking devours it.
Oh, she's so hungry.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
I kind of want some.
I think I need one of those.
Do they come in cerebellum?
You'll have to ask them that. I doubt it, but
I'm quite stuffed.
That's what he hears.
She does offer one when she sees you guys like drooling over it. It's a half-hearted offer, but
No, we'll get our own.
Ace turns it down because he's not going to be rude to Nordo. Nordo worked really hard.
the food was good, but I just need a little bit more. After, the whole losing my body, I lost all the food that I had. I'm just really hungry.
Yes, quite. Regeneration takes quite a lot of sustenance.
Does
Yep,
this
I'll be right
mean?
back.
Yeah. Does this mean that friend Flick is a virgin again?
I
I don't know how that works.
The body is fresh, unmolested, untouched.
Also, I'm not
Jesus
conveying any of this, by the way. This is just strictly between Ace and Nomad. And Ace is just like, we had this conversation about breeding. We're not having it.
all
I
right.
hope he asks me in person later.
It makes Gale uncomfortable.
It makes Gale uncomfortable.
It does deeply.
It does, but Gale has hang-ups over these sort of things.
All right, Flick, you part from the group real quick and you run over to this little stall. It's just this tiny little stone building. It's got a wooden walk-up window. There's a short line, but it's not too, people are moving kind of quick through it. And when you get to the front, you can see through the window that there is just an arrangement of baked sweet things. And
Why would you do this, Feck? Why?
because I hate myself a lot, and I want everyone else to suffer with me.
I want these.
Those are what she just
Are
came
real
back with.
No. I mean, I want them in real life, not in character.
I like that you painted over the writing. That's a nice touch.
You do see that there. It looks like there was a menu chiseled at one point, but it has been painted over poorly.
I need both of the things on the bottom.
Nomad, we need supplies of the magic variety.
So you recognize that these are the Bersuitos. Those are
Bersuitos.
Bersuitos. And you do actually see that written in poor common, blocked out mostly by the paint, but it's still legible because it's carved. They are actually called Bersuitos.
In fact, this says donuts. Where are the donuts?
Those are donut nuts. It's this cup of stuff over here. You eat it like popcorn. But it's
Did you actually write this crap out? I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, I mean it's painted over, but like you guys can still read it over here just fine.
Donut nuts. I like it.
Are they nuts?
No. So basically, it's tiny little drops of donut batter that have basically been deep fried and then coated in like either cinnamon or powdered sugar or something like that.
Is this a real thing?
I want as much of that as I can get.
Do they have?
The person in the window tells you that it is 25 copper for a cup full.
I hand her a silver.
All right, she gives you 4 cups. Or no, wait, sorry, 25 copper is 2 silver, 5 copper.
He hands her a silver.
Okay, that's enough for 2/5 of a cup.
I'll hand her another silver and 5 copper.
All right, there you go. That's one
Yeah,
cup.
whatever it takes. You know what I mean.
There you go. You got a cup.
Do they have the things that Joker told me about that I don't remember the name of?
I believe he told you to check out the chalk blocks, which are these things up at the...
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I'll walk over and purchase one of those.
Does anything look like it'd keep for more than a day? Because I'm like, ugh.
The chalk blocks, he says they're 18 copper for a chalk block.
Purchase one.
When you look it over and you kind of ask that out loud, the guy behind the window, who's just this real friendly knoll, he's got these big bubbly cheeks. You can tell he's been eating this food for his entire life. He's like, no, I mean, they'll keep for a day or two as is, but if you want to take them to go, and if you have some way that you can like cook them on the road, we can sell it by the box. And the boxes, they stay good for months, 2 months.
Oh
How
man.
much for 3 boxes?
How much diabetes do we want?
What kind do you want? Or do you want just like the assortment pack?
Yes.
Brother
I'll
Bird,
take
ask him how many carbs.
And
You
Could I
don't
also
need
get a box
carbs.
of
It'll
the
go straight
donut?
to your ass.
What was that, Gail?
I'd like a box of the donut nuts and a box of the assorted.
Okay, all right. Let me do some quick math. Anything else?
Yeah, real quick question, and it might be a little weird. Do you make those prosciutto things with like peppers or anything,
With
or could ya?
we don't actually make them. These are all just little delicacies. They get shipped in from out of town, and then we cook them. They're not made here, not fresh anyway. I'm sorry. They make them in cinnamon and in caramel and in chocolate, but like that's all they have. He
So
eventually
that's-
comes back with 2 crates, and let me do some math real quick. All right, so for 1 gold, you can get 2 crates, which contains 40 edibles, 40 snacks.
Okay, how about for 2 gold, we get 2 boxes of donut nuts and 2 boxes of variety, and Flick will throw 2 gold on the table.
All right, can do. All right, just make
Another
sure
2 gold.
another 6 total boxes. All right.
Do we have room for all of this?
How are
in the
we
bag?
carrying all this? Says Nomad.
We have a wagon.
Yeah.
Do we
we'll
have room
make
in the wagon for 6 crates?
When I
6
say-
crates?
When I say crates, they're like maybe a foot squared each. Like each crate.
Okay.
Each crate contains 20 snacks.
This is what Toto was built for.
Guys, I'm not trying to be that
carrying
guy, but these are not going to be nutritious and good for the road.
That's
These
why
are
they're
desserts.
dessert.
More
And such
importantly,
a
I feel
dessert.
like we're wasting time here, and there's reasons why we should hurry. And I look at
Quite. I need some
You're right.
magical attunements.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Candy Seller Man.
Yeah.
You can, help us get out of here faster. Do you also sell cloaks and magical items?
Well, the boxes are technically magic. Make sure that you don't open them until you are ready to eat them, because once you open them, the cold goes away. At that point, they only last maybe a day or two. But apart from the boxes, nothing I sell is magical that I know of. You might check out West Market. I know there's some smart people over there. You might talk to Joker.
Oh, I'm not allowed back there.
I'm sorry to hear
Do
that.
you sell cloaks?
Not in your size. I just have my cloak.
I'll buy it from you.
How much?
I got 5 silver pieces.
Yeah, okay. He starts taking off his cloak.
I take his cloak and I give him 5 silver.
Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. It's kind of just this dark red cloak. It's way too big for you. A little too small for him.
Oh.
But yeah, he hands it over. You've got a giant Knoll cloak.
That's fine. I'm gonna take it and I'm just gonna bundle it up. I'm gonna take some string out and just really turn this thing into a weird oversized poncho that's layered 12 times so you can't see any of me.
Excellent.
Just this moving bundle of cloth and rope with a
Is that
huge
PG-13?
backpack on his back.
Excellent. I dig it. All right. Once you guys have slapped down all of your gold, he does put, so it was 2 assorted, 2 donut nuts, and then 2 more of whatever you want.
I'll take 1 assorted and 1 donut nut.
So 3 assorted and 3 donut nuts.
Perfect. All right. Each of these crates looks exactly like the ones that you got from the Coliseum. It does have stamped on the side the New Society staples, but it has been painted over with a black brush. What is your passive investigation, Ace and Gale?
Also, can I swap out one of the donut nuts for a Brasweetos?
Yep, totally.
What
fine.
was that again?
Passive investigation?
15.
16.
Okay, carry on.
This is the most excited we've been all season, all session. This fictional sweets.
I knew after it came up I was going to need pictures eventually.
Ace notably looks bored, as if he does not want to. He's just done. The moment you guys showed up to this.
Nordo is mostly just looking and watching to make sure that nobody sees Gale, and is very antsy to get the fuck going.
Yeah. You guys do eventually, after an agonizingly long exchange at this sweet confectionery, make your way back up the street to West Market and back to the warehouse that you had found before, where you found Joker.
Yahoo!
There is just the one front door that you know of, and then the secret garage door.
We are patrons, so we shall go through the front door.
All right. You do find that it is unlocked. There's a little bell that rings as you step through the door. Again, the door is real small. It's kind of cramped for several of you, Nomad and Nordo especially, and Vasu.
Okay. I comfortably crab walk in.
Does Gale go in?
Yeah, I stay
Can I
out
advise against Gale going in?
Why do you want to kick me out of the group?
I don't
Did I
want to
do
kick you
something
out. I can
wrong?
stay out here with you. It's just this is Joker's place, right? That we're at.
Yep.
We came here the other day, and he seemed real interested in meeting you, and I don't think it was in the good way. I think it was in the I want to turn him over for the bounty on your head way.
Yeah, Gale, this is the fella I was telling you about the other day, the one that was asking me all sorts of questions about you, so I'd
Oh, the other
recommend you not
Kobold
be meeting.
Tinkerer?
That's the one.
Well, has he made any cool stuff?
He showed me a pot that warms up on its own. He kept talking about how he doesn't sell literature, and it seemed like he was trying to tell me that he does, in fact, sell literature. But as soon as I told him the first details about you, he started asking all sorts of prying questions. He definitely seems like he had a mind to turn you into Midnight Riders.
Hey, Gail. How about this? How about if we go in and Nomad can tell you if there's any interesting thing that you might like in there.
I mean, I'm bundled up really tight. Probably.
Yeah, but like it's better safe than sorry. Also, he's like using Gail's voice as he's talking to Gail.
I really don't like when you do that.
I'm sorry. It usually makes people feel a little bit more comfortable to hear their own voice. Makes them a little bit more at ease.
It just makes me really self-conscious.
Yeah, you sound really nasal when you do mine. I don't like that very much.
I can only repeat exactly what I hear, so.
Well, that makes it even worse.
Honestly, like, Kinkus are the only way you can hear yourself in a recording.
We're gonna have to buy a dictionary and have someone read every single word in the dictionary.
Well, not in this town.
Well, yes, not here.
We've done that before, kind of.
Yes, we've done that, but Nomad does not like small words. They're not good enough. That and Nomad's voice is unappealing to many people.
Have you heard my regular speaking voice?
It's quite shrill.
It was pretty awful in the arena.
I was just saying hi.
Oh, I heard you.
Anyways, perhaps we should head inside. I want to take a look around real quick.
Yes, I acquiesce.
I'll stay near the back so that nobody sees.
All right.
Time to crab walk.
You guys all kind of cram your way into this tiny little lobby, and not that far afterwards. Sure.
Start really quick. I would like to say, Will, if Gale, you'll go in, I think me, Flick, and Elise should stay out, since we were the ones who told him we were friends with the kobold he was looking for. Maybe we should not be seen here again.
That's fair.
That way he doesn't ask
Actually,
us where our kobold friend is and start asking questions and looking for him.
Well, I don't want you guys to be stuck out. So why don't you guys go in first, and then
I have no interest in going back in anyway, personally.
I'll just pretend I'm a horrible beggar woman.
Oh, I would love to see your impersonation. Ace just like looks at you, like waiting for you to like act like an old woman.
I'll see if you will let me borrow her basket. Say, oh dearie, I'm so old. Please help.
Please help.
Alms for the poor. Alms.
She'll also give you a piece of candy to help.
Oh, thanks, Yule. Do you want to hold my gun?
Oh my god, please don't!
I'd love that. Yes. How does it work?
You just point and pull the trigger.
Like this?
Not right now, grandmother, not here. Maybe wait till we're outside fighting something.
Oh, okay.
I'll make sure the safety's on.
And we go inside.
All right. So who's staying out, or is everyone going in?
As soon as that transaction is done between Yule and Gale, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna stay outside with Nordo.
All right, Nordo and waiting outside.
Does Yule come inside with us with a gun?
I think.
Sure, why not?
God
Flick
damn it.
and Elise, or at least I would like to recommend that Flick and Elise stay outside as well. Or is Gale staying outside?
No, I think Gale's going in.
I'm going in.
Gotcha.
I will take my eye patch off, but I'm going to keep my eyes closed in my like squinty rock way.
All right, sounds good.
Because it's just so bright on the surface.
It is.
It's awful.
All right, Gale, give me a either disguise or performance check.
Ooh, I'm great at both of those. What stat would disguise be?
We'll call it either wisdom or charisma. Either one.
Do I have a bonnet I can give him?
I don't know. Is that one of your starting hats?
I don't know. I give him a hat that would fit an old lady if I have one.
All right. Okay. Also, Moat, what's up?
Sorry, the Nordo thing was it.
Okay, sorry, I just missed it from before. Okay, so that's good. That's a 17. That's solid. That's very solid. That's 1 over his passive. All right, perfect. As you guys all cram in here, and you see this rather small, soot-covered white kobold with 1 red eye and 1 black eye comes out through the front door or through the back door and behind the counter. Oh shit! Oh my god! There's so many of you. What do you all? Why are? Well, okay, all right, sure. How can I help you? Are you all together, or did you like all show up at the same time?
We wish to peruse.
Peruse. Okay. All right. First of all, no Kenku in my workshop. Please get out right now.
Oh dear, he means no harm.
I-
He won't steal your thoughts or nothing.
That's all they do. They steal blueprints. They steal mechanisms. Like it's how many is that? 3 Kenkus stacked in a trench coat. That's suspicious as fuck, dude. You gotta leave.
Oh no, don't worry.
Hey,
That's just a
Rococo.
Kenku and his friend.
Who's the friend? That's a very tall Kenku under there.
I
It's not a
understand.
Kenku. Don't worry about it.
No. I understand. I will take my leave.
All right.
Let me eat his brain.
How much is your? But before I leave, I can close my eyes. How much is your deck of cards? I love cards.
You love cards.
I love cards.
Do you have what? What do you play cards?
From time to time.
You're really fluent for a Kenku.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Where are you from?
A ways off. Place with much less salt.
Okay, that's a very suspicious. Like, come on, dude. You gotta. It's like a point system here. Cards, good. The fact that you're a Kenku, bad. Like, work with me here.
In fact, I forget. Where am I from?
Atua Nifo or Amakubu
What?
Manzi?
The orc. I'll say Numa.
All right.
I'll say the orc place.
Huh. Okay. Oh shit. Right. No. Yeah. No. I know the place. That's weird. Huh. That's weird. Okay. Fine. Whatever. You're gonna be blindfolded when we go into the shop, though.
That's fine with me.
All right. You. Okay. You're fine. All right. Cool. All right. Is there anything you guys are looking for specifically?
Oh, just
Deck of cards.
something to help some weary travelers wandering through the salt flats.
Weary trail. Okay. All right. Sure. How about this? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Here we go. Here, come with me. You might have to duck, tall guys. And he opens up this back door. And he claps his hand twice. And these 2 just kind of pale blue-white lights light up what looks like the inside of a big warehouse or garage. And you can see that a lot of these projects are covered with canvas or tarp or something like that. He does turn around. He's like, okay, you, bend over, pointing at Nomad.
Bend. I, Reginald, will bend over.
Listen, I know that there's like 2 or 3 here. Okay, you put this on and hand these down to your Kenku buddies or whatever. Put those on too.
Okay.
All right. So listen, deck of cards, sure. 1 silver. Sound good?
Yes.
All right, good. Deck of cards dealt with. Good. We got an oven. It heats itself. You just you say a word, it gets hot. You can cook food on it no matter where you are.
How big is this oven?
Oh man, I don't know, about like the size of a big boiling pot. You can carry it. You look strong.
Oh, dear, you flatter me.
I'm sorry. What was your name, Miss?
Petunia.
He's on
He's on.
first.
Who's? I'm not doing this shit. Okay, alright, he's on first. Alright, sure, fine, good. No, you can do it, I'm pretty sure. Listen, I got a lot more stuff that I can show, but most of what I do, it's custom work. Like, if there's something specific you want me to build, I can do it. I can do airships, I can do, weapons, I can do, day-to-day things, brooms that clean the house for you automatically. I don't know, it's just like, it's all custom work, you know, I don't keep a lot of stock on hand, except for my secret projects, the really cool ones, but, you know, those are secret.
Well, maybe you'd be interested in showing us some of those projects. I'll slip him a gold piece.
Alright, I kind of thought this might be what it was. Alright, none of you are cops, right?
Of course.
I'm
I
a
look
king.
like a cop to you, pal.
No,
Have you ever met a Kinku cop? Really?
I didn't ask any of those questions. I need each and every one of you to say, no, I am not a cop. And that goes for you.
No, I am not a cop.
Alright, you?
I don't know, that kind of sounds like a line of question a cop might ask. Are you a cop, pal?
I'm not a cop. Are you
Okay.
a cop?
No, I'm not a cop.
Alright, are you a cop?
I am not a cop.
Alright, you? Are you a cop?
No. It's just like she just had matter of fact, like, you know, no,
Cray, what the fuck is wrong with your friend?
not all Kinkus are made perfect.
He has some throat issues. This is why we needed Ace to come along with him. You really don't want to see what's under that cloak.
I am dying to see what's under that cloak. You don't understand.
Oh no, he's stage 3 syphilis. It's all barely anything left.
Yeah, his skin's just like sloughing off at the bone. Last week his nose fell off. It's horrible to look at.
It also feels extremely gross on my feet.
Alright, okay, alright, fine. So, listen, here, I'll take you down to the good stuff. None of your cops, none of you tell anybody about this. And he bends over, and he lifts up this big floorboard, revealing a stairwell that goes down to kind of like a lower basement. And as he kind of leads all of you down there, he claps his hands some more lights come up, and you're kind of overwhelmed with this, like, musty cellar smell. You can tell there's probably some sort of mold growing somewhere. It's very cold, like a wine cellar. You can see just this singular machine that is covered in all these brass levers. There are these wooden blocks. It is essentially a printing press. And you can see that there's a big spool of paper at one end, and several leaflets and books and decks of playing cards and other things that have been placed into a stack on a table nearby. And it's like, all right, this is the good shit. This is what I got. This is what I've been working on for the past 2 or 3 years. You know, it's my prize invention.
What is it I can't see? I'm blindfolded.
Right. You're not allowed to see, but that's fine. I'll tell you. I'll describe it. It's beautiful, first of all. That's what you like. It's gorgeous. Brilliant engineering. You wouldn't understand the half of it. But you can put in whatever you want it to make over here. It could be letters or words or a book or a playing card or a picture. And then you push this and a bunch of shit happens and it makes a bunch of them. You can turn one book into 20. A single card into a whole deck. You know, it prints this stuff out faster than anyone could write it.
You just see like Ace's jaw slowly start to open as he's just like,
You know what I want to do, man? You know what I want to do? I can't do it because of the man. I can't do it because of the cops around here. I want to like start a, you know, I want to spread the news. I want to tell stories, man. There's so much interesting stuff going on, and everyone here is just, they're blind, man. They don't see the truth. They don't see the webs. They don't see the strings behind everything. And I feel like if I was to like get the news out, then maybe we could do something about it.
Ace literally just throws a piece of gold at him. Do it! The news needs to be out there. The truth is out there. I support this so much.
I knew you'd be
I can't
on
even
board.
see it, and I can feel it.
Are you fucking like you're here to steal my? He throws a tarp over it. He gets real paranoid. Like, what is your name?
No. I will not steal your invention, but I understand. People need to know. You keep working hard. I believe in you.
Are you a real believer in this? You really believe all this?
Of course. I'm an Ace reporter.
God, there's 2 of them.
Do you want to make a
Nope.
difference in the world? Do you want to do a mission for me?
I am all ears.
All right, as long as you're not all eyes. Listen. There's a cave to the north, and they've got this ship that sailed over it carrying something real important. This big clockwork heart. It got shot down by the dwarf giants. They don't realize what they got their hands on, but if you could get that and you bring it back, I'll cut you in. I'll make you part of this.
He like does a really
Dwarf
really big
giants.
inhale. And it's just like,
Yeah, they're like giant dwarfs, or dwarfish giants. I don't know, they're real big, but they're short. You know, they're shorter than a giant, but bigger than a dwarf.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
You're a person.
What do you call your invention?
I don't know, I haven't thought of a name for it. It's not important, right? What's in the name?
It's so many things. It's okay. It's okay. It'll come to you. It'll be amazing. Okay.
Why not call it the running joke?
Is that what this is to you? It's just a joke?
This is not a joke, Gale.
Are they cops? Are you sure that they're not cops?
I'm sure. He's just being a little pussy. Now. This is important.
While they go on their conspiracy tirade, I'm gonna try and steal something.
Okay, what are you trying to steal?
I don't know, some vital gear to this thing.
Okay,
What?
give me a Tinker's Tools and Sleight of Hand.
Meanwhile, Vasu's just like kind of wandering around the shop, looking at all the things that aren't covered up by tarps, and he's like picking some stuff up and kind of like playing around with it.
Yeah, taking a look over it, like, there is genuinely some use. Like, this guy's crazy out of his goddamn mind, but you see, like, a couple of enchanted weapons. You see a bag of holding. You see a couple of spell scrolls. You see a giant stack of what appear to be shitty romance novels, as well as a couple of small, like, joke handbooks, just like shitty jokes. Gale, you take a look over this machine and you think you see a key element that would be kind of easy to steal. And you wait for him to kind of turn around and you reach out to go grab it real quick. But then he turns around, he whips around, and he puts a hand on yours and he grabs you by the wrist. And as he does, he gets right up in your face and he throws the cloak back. And he's like, "Aha! I knew it was you. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it as soon as you came in here. It's you. It's the one they're looking for. What's your name?"
I told you.
I'm not stupid. Don't try the grandma thing with me. Your leg, how'd you make it? It's fascinating.
Gale's like, as the cloak gets thrown off, he like goes to reach for his gun, realize he doesn't have it, and then is very shocked by this. So you don't want to like wait, you just wanted to know about my leg?
Yeah, the fucking the kobolds, the midnight, they're offering water. They think I need water. I got all the water in the world that I could ever want. And he like reaches into a drawer and he pulls out this little glass orb, and it's just dripping water as he touches it. It splashes onto the floor. Water? I don't give a shit about water. I've heard nothing but like all this cool shit about you and your partner, and like you walk around on a mechanical leg and you have a mechanical dog now. What is? I have to see it. I have to know how this works. You have to tell me. I'll pay you.
I take
We
the
get
cloak and I throw it over Toto, and I get really defensive.
Wait, did you take Toto in there after we told him that you were a...
He didn't know about Toto till now.
Till just now. Yeah.
Nordo,
I mean, just-
100% told of you how to robot talk.
I was gonna say, everyone just walks around with robot dogs these days. That's not suspicious.
That wasn't on the Kenku notice board, though.
Yeah, it wasn't on the recording, but Nordo did mention it.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. You teach me something about your machine, and I'll teach you something about my leg.
Deal. Okay. All right. But there has to be another deal. Another deal. I need this heart. I need it. There's no way around it. I need you guys to either sit here and watch my shop for 2 weeks, or I need you to go get that heart. You can have everything else. There's a whole ship that was traveling, like, I don't know what else is on there. They were probably transporting, like, I don't know, gold and riches and lots of cool, expensive. You can keep all that shit. Yeah, fuck, you might even get the whole ship. If you bring a ship back, I can fix it. I've fixed airships before. Just,
How far is it?
I don't know, it's like a couple days north. You have a map?
One of us does. I just don't know where they're at.
Great.
I think they're in that. I like point in a general direction. I think I heard Gale's voice.
He looks over to Vasu as you're like pointing around. He's like, "Oh, what are you doing? Don't go digging around. You don't own this place.
I'm just looking.
You don't know how dangerous half this shit is. It's that you touch that thing, that explodes. We all die. Don't go digging around where your nose doesn't belong."
Whoa! How do I make it do that? I ask, and I'm like holding it up, excited.
Vasu, put it down.
What?
Put it down.
All right.
Don't throw it.
No, I'm not
Gently,
gonna.
gently,
I'm putting it down.
gently, like you're kissing your mother.
Set it down, and then I'm like, I'm not gonna hold on to it, nothing. But can I take a look at that, like, water orb you got there too? That's real neat.
Sure. You go get that clockwork heart. You can look at it. I want all of you out right now, unless you're gonna do that job. I'm starting to think you're cops.
Why
Except
would
you.
the Midnight Riders need a cop?
I don't know, man. It's all a web. It's everyone's all together, man. You can't trust anyone.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You said you want to spread news. Where do you get your news from?
I've got eyes and ears everywhere, man. I listen. I put feelers out. You know what I heard? You know what I heard? You know what I heard?
What'd you hear? What'd you hear?
I heard that the former mayor got assassinated.
The one who liked writing.
Yeah, the Nagpa.
Yeah.
Any other leads on that, or is that it?
Well, no, I heard it, but like we got to get the news out there, right?
How long ago was this?
Like
I think the news is already out there, man.
what do you?
We've
What,
been in town for
Gale,
12
Gale,
hours,
Gale,
and we already
Gale,
heard-
Gale. We're talking about news.
Sorry. I'm just gonna go over here. Just like back into the darkest corner of the room.
okay.
I telepathic connect with Gale, and I say, "Friend Gale, could you find me a spell scroll or two?"
Oh no! Those aren't for those. That's another. That's a much more. See, that's a private. Yeah, I don't.
can't hear.
This was telepathic.
Oh shit! Fuck! God damn it!
You can't hear shit.
I'll try. I'm not very good at this.
It's okay. They're the only pieces of paper here.
I'm going to keep distracting him. So, how long ago did this happen?
Oh man, it was like 3-4 years ago, something like that. You know, I had just set up the shop. I was like killing it, man. People loved my books, my stories. They said, "Oh, that Joker, he's the best joke writer." That's where my name came. That's not my real name. They call me Joker because of the jokes I write. I sold those joke books, and people were telling my jokes all over town, and everyone was laughing because they're great. But then they're like, "Oh no, no more writing. You know, that's gonna shoot her in the face." They found her dead in the street. She was bleeding. That's why I think she was assassinated.
This is an important story. I understand that, but I'm really curious now. Please tell me a joke.
Why?
That could be like,
You said you're famous for your jokes.
No. That's the
Sometimes-
start of the joke.
Okay. Why what?
Okay, an elf and an arrogant asshole and a total prick walk into a bar, and the bartender is like, "Hey, dude." And there's just the one guy. It's pretty cool, right?
At first, Ace just kind of like doesn't do anything, but then he just starts busting out laughing when he realizes you're just calling elves assholes.
Yeah, fuck elves, man. But no, I'm great. I got zingers like that left and right. I'm made of jokes.
I love it. I love it. Keep doing good work. Okay. So mark on the map, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, alright, I'll do it. And he marks a spot, which looks like it's maybe a day northeast, something in that ballpark. Vasu, it's a tiny little red marble, about the size of a quarter. It's got kind of this glimmering red-orange light inside of it, and it is definitely small enough that you could attempt to pocket it.
See, in fact, the whole point of me whispering you things as a GM is that you don't like announce it to the whole party that Basu's like, obviously, it's fine. It's
Okay,
fine.
I'm so sorry. Okay, well, everybody, I will ask the jury to strike that from the record, to disregard that.
You didn't see nothing.
So stricken.
All right, the jury will disregard. Give me a sleight of hand, Basu.
I don't know if I'm actually going to try to pocket it. I was just asking.
Okay, all right,
Like, Basu's proficient in stealth, but not in sleight of hand.
gotcha.
But at this level, it doesn't really make much of a difference because he has 20 dex anyway. How distracted does this guy look right now?
Right now, he seems enthralled with this conversation with Ace, but with that said, like, this guy's clearly paranoid as fuck.
I got 2 18s and he caught me.
Nah, I'm not gonna make any more trouble for this town.
Take
They already
that as
have.
you will.
Vasu's already started enough shit. I'm gonna be a good boy.
Gil, what is your arcana? What's your passive arcana?
Definitely. Yeah, it's only 13.
Okay. It did It did seem. You get maybe just a sneaking suspicion that maybe he's got a little help going on. He seems like a nut job, and he's obviously magically inclined. Interpret that as you will.
I'm gonna put my eye patch back on.
Okay.
One more thing.
Uh-huh.
You want this heart? You want this heart? You never saw him.
I mean, of course, yeah, I just showed you my water orb. Like, I don't give a shit about helping the Midnight Riders and getting a bunch of water that I already have.
Understood.
I just want to talk to him, you know?
Hey, I like your style.
Toto immediately goes into defense mode.
All right. Well, I think I'm
Toto
good
down.
here, unless someone else needs something.
I kind of want this thing. How much is it? Would you be willing to sell me this, or like show me how it works at least? I'm holding up the exploding orb again.
Yeah, man, I'd sell that. That's what it's for. That's an exploding. I'm bad at names, man. It just explodes when you throw it. Like, what more do you want?
Now, hypothetical question: do you gotta throw it? Or can I like? Do you think I could put this in like a sling?
Yeah, dude, if you got a sling, that'll work too.
Oh, I got this sling. It's awesome. Check it out.
Yeah, that
Start
looks.
spinning my sling around.
Yeah, that's a sling.
Ever seen a sling this awesome? I made it myself, pal.
Is it magical?
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a pretty cool sling, dude. I'm not like a slingologist, but that seems like a top-notch sling. If you want, I can make it magic.
I start tugging on one of Nomad's tentacles.
Yeah, man, I can make like anything magic. You just give me a thing and a couple of magic stones, and I'll make it magic.
Oh, we kind of already got a guy for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say no. It seems like I'd actually like to pick his brain sometime. I'd love to talk to him.
So would I.
I start
Poor
tugging
Kale.
on one of Nomad's tentacles under the cloak.
Anyway, but 15 gold. That's all yours. Throw it and it'll explode.
Hmm.
How big an
I'll give-
explosion are you talking?
I'll give you 10.
I mean, 15, 10, and 15 are two different numbers, pal. I haven't heard any convincing. Or like, you're gonna need that, especially if you go to the dwarf giants. Like, maybe you'll need a big explosion, like a 20-foot radius explosion that does like 86 fire damage.
How about I give you 12 gold
All
for
right.
the privilege of me not throwing it at you right now?
Oh my god! Like, really? You're gonna just like kill all of us over that? That seems real petty. I thought we were working together, man. I thought you said you weren't a cop.
I'm not a cop, but I'm extremely petty, and you'll be wise to learn that very quickly about me, pal.
All right. Well, he's not allowed back in here if we get this whole heart thing sorted out.
Basu.
That's fair. I put it down.
We've got some friends that kind of need our help too, so we'll have to discuss it with them. But this is definitely on our list.
Hey, man, I understand. Lots of options, lots of things going on. I don't want to push you into. Please come back though. I'm dying to learn how that thing works.
Sure. As soon as like the Midnight Riders aren't looking for me, I'll be back.
Sure. I could no, actually, I can't think of any way I'd help with that. What do they want you for anyway? Are you some sort of like criminal? You a criminal? You got to tell me if you're a criminal.
Aren't you a criminal by breaking the law right now?
I mean, yeah, but like the honor amongst thieves and all. He's got to tell. It's like the code.
Then yes.
All right, cool. What'd you do?
I wrote a book.
Wow. What kind of? Okay, never mind. I'll ask you questions later. Listen. All right, I like this. This is good. We got a good friendship going. I'm Joker. You're what's your name? You told me already. Is Gale.
First.
No, that's right. Yeah, first. You're who's on first. All right, who's on?
Yeah.
Is that draconic? It sounds draconic. I like it. Who's on?
Yeah.
All right. 2 U's.
Family name.
HUSON. All right. Who's on? All right. Okay. All right. Get out of here. I marked your map. You know where to go. We got to get, like, if you hang out in here too long, the cops are going to show up. There's too many of you. Yes. Perfect. All right. I'll be here. I don't go anywhere, unless the man finds out.
Yeah.
And then, I've got a bug out bag. I'll just flee somewhere east. Find me in the mountains. Yeah, what's up, Ace?
So around the time that Basu started doing his own thing, I talked to Nomad and tried to tell Nomad to tell Gale to memorize this printing press the best he can.
Already done.
Perfect.
God damn it. All right. Perfect. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's go. We got to get out of here.
All right, let's go.
Everyone out. All of you. Come on. And, he kind of shoos everybody out back up to the surface. Unless anybody's going to try anything stupid.
Nah.
All right.
Last question.
Yeah.
I promise.
All right.
You don't know how to fake someone's death, do you?
How to fake someone's death?
Yeah, like maybe just. You know what? Never mind. Just if a kobold of roughly my proportion turns up, maybe you could grab it for us. Keep it fresh.
You want me to? Okay, now hang on. That is a lot to. Is it a living kobold that you want me to capture and keep fresh? What does keep fresh mean?
No, I just mean if there's like some gang violence or something that happens, and one of the many lovely brothers of ours gets, unfortunately
Voided.
terminated. Yeah, then maybe you could keep him. And just make sure that he doesn't rot or decay too quickly.
So wait, you want me to just keep an eye out for gang violence, and when I see somebody get shot on the street as part of this gang violence, if they're a kobold, you want me to run and grab their body and keep it here in a cooler or something for you?
I mean, you don't have to keep it here. I don't want you to be implicated or anything. But if you happen to know you a great deal, maybe show you how my metallic friend works.
Give me a persuasion check.
Do I have any sort of advantage?
He's considering it instead of immediately writing it off. Okay.
12?
Bonus, because he's a kobold. He thinks he's a dragon. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting it's not the cricket thing. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Why not? If somebody drops a dead kobold on my doorstep, I'll tie him up and I'll keep him down here for you.
I mean, you don't have to tie him up if he's dead.
Right.
If you kill somebody, if there's a body and no one's gonna miss it.
Have you talked to the guys at the mausoleum? Because this seems a lot more up their alley. But I can try it.
That's true. We've just been trying to get out of town for the past 5 hours, and I've just been making it worse with this entire shtick. So I'm gonna go. Just leave.
All right. He shoos everybody out. He kind of abruptly closes the garage door behind all of you after nervously looking both directions to make sure that there are no cops. And goes back to do his thing. Is there anything else that you guys are doing in town?
Getting the fuck out of here.
All right.
We leave
All right.
as quickly as possible.
So that I can start planning things for next time. You guys have several options. What are you guys doing?
So whenever we meet up with the rest of the group, I will convey to them, hey, so we give information about a possible ship we can take advantage of a little bit further north of here. We can make it our own. There's apparently some good stuff on there. Some stuff that Gale could be used really well.
Wait, a ship? I thought you all went in there to buy. What are you talking about?
Loose lips, my friend. Sometimes you tell people you show interest and they give you more information. And apparently there's a ship that crashed. We may be able to repair it.
Who may be able to repair it?
Me and Joker.
The crazy kobold in that store? You think he's going to help us?
I mean, you don't have to call him crazy.
He is crazy.
But
He is eccentric.
still a little insensitive.
There is an issue. There is an issue. If the ship is too badly damaged, we will not be able to move it here.
Well, how are we going to
So-
move the ship anywhere? Where is the ship?
It's about a few days north of here.
It's a ship. We can't move a ship. How is what? I don't even understand what you're proposing.
It's just an option for the moment. We may be able to find a ship of our own and not have to worry about going to Thorngrove. It's just an option.
Flick, give me a sailing. Do you have sailing kit or anything? Vehicles?
Lie and say yes.
The boat method.
I thought I did, but I don't see it on here.
Don't you have navigator's tools?
That's different.
Oh, yep, they'll do.
You said they'll do?
No, sorry, that was a response to Gale's question.
Eh,
I wanted to check for scroll.
yeah, I don't think I have it, unless I just forgot to write it down.
Oh, that's right. So you did bring up the scrolls thing. Was somebody actually trying to pocket a scroll or see what they were?
Hell no, that fucker already caught me once, so it's not risking it again.
I didn't ask you to pocket it. Just look for some. I couldn't see.
All right, Flick. If you don't have vehicle proficiency, just give me an int check with advantage. Uh, 16. Fortunate with the advantage.
Yeah, that's a good advantage.
Oh my god, Flick. We've got to get this figured out. 16, however, is good. You would know that there are many different types of airships. Some of them require a full crew, some of them only require, a dude with an amulet around his neck.
That's neat.
Gale, you basically have access to the entire wiki page on airships. So
You just got me really excited about boats again.
yeah,
I mean, I
you would
probably
definitely...
don't. I've lived underground my whole life.
That's true. That's accurate.
I understand submersibles.
Fair.
He did canonically not know that an airship existed until Moat told him about it.
That is totally reasonable, yep. Your knowledge, in the brief time that you picked Marvel's brain on the submarine, he would have told you that he had studied a couple of different designs. Some of them required a lot of crew, but he needed one that was smaller so that he would be able to control it all on his lonesome. And do you feel like, maybe that same principle might apply to airships? Who knows?
I'm just a little confused. Why isn't this the same fella who's trying to turn Gale in for a bounty? Why are we trusting him to send us on some errand?
Nomad, could you fill him in telepathically? I say it isn't undercommon, by the way.
Can you not do that so we can all hear it?
Are we in the city right now?
You guys can duck into an alley to save time.
We're being discreet.
He has
What
no reason.
nomad?
Screaming in front of the in front of the
What
or anything.
Yeah, what Nomad does is he condenses a fucking language pack of just information and shoots it into everyone. Boom! Suddenly you have all this information. Boom!
Ooh, that
It's like an email.
it's
Yeah,
not quite
I
that.
mass send you.
Yeah, it's not quite that fast, but like it is still a language that has to be spoken.
Yeah.
Again, it is not as strong as the telepathy spell. But it basically.
Telepathy can even do that. I'm just flavoring it. We have all the time in the world to do this walking finale.
Yeah, for now, you can flavor it like that. If you're ever in the middle of combat and you need to
Yeah.
send like an entire book's worth of information in
Yeah,
a split
no,
second,
like, hey, strategies, guys. This is what we're gonna do. Roundabout and loop de loop. We're gonna meet here in 16 seconds, and you cast a fireball. Then no,
but for
we're
now,
just walking to an alley. Yeah,
for now, you can get him caught up quickly. Yes.
yeah. This is just
Well-
getting everyone to loop.
I don't know about what impression you all got of that little fella, but I don't trust him at all. He didn't seem like he was entirely stable. I don't see any reason to trust that he could fix the ship, even if we did find a way to bring it back to him. In my opinion, we should stick with our original plan, get to the port town, and go from there, but that's just me.
I'm not necessarily implying that we take it back to him. Gale seems very capable. And if I watch what he's doing, I can help him.
I feel like after we get him, the thing is, I trust him because he wants something. When we get him that, maybe he can go up and work on the ship.
He doesn't strike me as the type to leave his abode more than he absolutely has to.
What Gale has to offer is something that he cannot resist.
Is it? Because it seems to me that if we go get the thing that he wants for him, or wants for free, bring it back to him, and have it delivered by a person who has a bounty on their head, if I was Joker, I would take the thing that I wanted and then turn in the person with the bounty on his head. This all seems like a very thinly veiled ruse to me.
He doesn't really want the bounty either. He has water. Lots of it.
Actually.
What he wants is Gale's leg.
I guess
And
I
the
just,
Toto.
The leg,
entirely
the
sure
leg
I
and the
see.
dog.
I'm not entirely sure I see what's in it for us. I mean, if
The
anything,
ship-
I suppose we could see what you're saying and go up there and try and fix the ship ourselves, but
Yeah, the
I
ship is an option for one thing. Also, it is laden with materials that we could use in our.
On top
Personally-
of all of this, if we're going to be doing what sounds like teleportation all the way to the rim of the world, that sounds expensive.
I don't think we're
This
gonna
ship
tell him.
most likely has gold.
I was thinking
That's
we
what
just
it
go
sounded
to
like. He
Port
said that
Town
you
and get
traveled through a
passage on
magical
boat.
cacti.
No, what I was talking about is going to the port town and finding passage on a boat. I'm on board with going up to check out this alleged airship crash, but as far as I'm concerned, once we leave Salt Bowl, there's no good reason to come back to this town. We've overstayed our welcome already.
Moat.
Moot.
Eli.
Oh, he did.
We've lost him. He's gone.
He did BRB a bit ago. He might still be AFK.
Oh, okay. While he's gone, I guess, how urgent did his Rib of the World sound? Did it sound like it was like immediately as fast as possible, or like 2 days?
He has said he needs to go there immediately as fast as possible multiple times now.
It's true, and Nordo will back that fact up.
What's the significance of that torch? I've been meaning to ask.
So the only thing that I suggest is that if we're taking a sailing boat, I've seen what's under the water here. It's not good. If we could circumvent that by taking an airship, I think that would be a lot safer.
Absolutely. By all means, I'm not opposed to an airship if we have a lead.
The whole campaign is Crosswinds, so it sounds like we should have an airship.
I'm
Just saying.
just concerned about coming back to Salt Bowl, I don't trust this Joker fella. I don't think we should trust him. I think that even if it's true what he's saying, that there's a crashed airship, and I happen to doubt that even, but I don't really know why he would lie about it. But I don't see any reason to bring it back to him if we can just go there and fix it ourselves.
That's actually exactly what I'm saying. If we can fix it, no point in taking it back here. We
can keep the thing he wants very much, something he calls the heart. However, we have 2 weeks at least before he acts on his own.
I would also like to remind everyone that we left 3 kobolds alive that all saw Gale, and all are from the Midnight Riders who are looking for him, who all presumably have returned home now and told everyone that Gale is in town. So I think that coming back to Salt Bowl is not an option if Gale is with.
Of course, but currently we have talked to many people about going to Thorngrove. So if we head north, we may be able to miss people looking for us, at least for a little.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've talked to absolutely anybody about going to Thorngrove besides each other.
Did we not get directions from other people?
Just at least.
Was it just Louise? Okay,
yeah.
I forget. Okay.
Although, worst case, if we go up to where this alleged airship crashes at, that's only about a day's travel, and if it's a complete bust, then we just move on. It's not like it's terribly out of the way.
Options are always good. Give our mount some exercise.
So
Gale.
we head to the airship, check it out, see if we can fix it, and if not, head to Thorngrove.
I think that might be best. If there is money there, then it might be enough for us to at least buy passage on a safer ship, because I really don't like the idea of, cheaping out on what vessel we decide to travel with.
Neither did I, which is all the more reason I'm not too crazy about the idea about having this crazy kobold make us an airship.
A trustworthy ship would be nice. The crew in the last one we were on tried to take us to Laughing. We ended up there anyway. Not before I killed them all.
Did you kill them all?
I think they died because they didn't stop me leaving, and none of them were stunned.
Oh yeah.
Except,
Several of them are definitely dead.
yeah. They all failed their saves, mind you. So
Yeah, alright, we should wrap up. Is that the plan, is to head north, check it out, and then if that fails, go to Thorngrove?
yeah.
I think that sounds like a good plan.
Alright, sounds good.
Sounds.
It sounds like the most fun at the very least.
Yeah, even if we don't bring back an airship, it sounds like there's a lot of potential loot there, and that has
Yeah.
lots of interest.
Sounds good. Alright then, we'll catch you guys next week and we'll figure out what the hell is up there.
Sounds good. What's the time?